Starting from the subject of the letter, the two went on to talk at length about other matters. Later, already more familiar and curious, they wanted to know more about each other. They asked about one another's work, preferred pastimes, and about what most brings young people together. In little time, both were already getting along very well. On Monday, Cecilia returned to work as usual. However, unable to forget the weekend, from time to time, whenever she remembered the friendly Rogerio, a pleasant sensation invaded her, subtly revealing small mannerisms on her discreet face. Near evening, already feeling a little tired, she noticed, as she was leaving work, that on the next corner, with one foot against the wall and smoking a cigarette, stood Adrialvi. She felt an unpleasant sensation upon seeing her ex-boyfriend there so close, lurking and watching her like a predator. She then pretended not to notice him and, with quick steps, went back home. No sooner had Cecilia set foot in the living room than she heard the telephone ring. She tossed her purse onto the sofa and ran to answer it, but immediately thought it was her former boyfriend trying to disturb her. From time to time, Adrialvi would take a few days and entire hours to bother her with calls and untimely appearances. She did not answer the call, letting it ring until it stopped. Repeatedly the phone rang, but she did not answer, and the calls ceased altogether. Cecilia went to the computer, turned it on, opened her inbox, and saw that there were several messages from Rogerio. Curious, she promptly began to read them. With each new line read, her face lit up more and more, for the news she was receiving was very good. Sounding quite pleased, Rogerio reported that he had found one of the envelopes and was certain that he would find the other in the coming days. He commented that he had not called because he was afraid of bothering her. Upon learning this, Cecilia was no longer so anxious about the letter, for what she truly wanted was to see Rogerio again. So she began to arrange a way for them to meet, so that she could have the letter with the address record in hand. Rogerio, in turn, also showed himself more eager at the possibility of seeing Cecilia again. Thus, fearing that the meeting might fall through, Rogerio refrained from mentioning that the envelope was damaged by moth bites, which made reading the address somewhat difficult. The two stayed in contact for a long time that night, but the unexpected came between them. Suddenly, in the silence of the night, the shrill ring of the telephone was heard. Startled, with a cruel thought in mind, Cecilia left the virtual world and returned to reality. The only person who could at that hour be calling her, disturbing her peace and quiet, was her ex-boyfriend. That night, as on so many others, she again did not answer. She let the device ring until the call dropped. Then, when after a few minutes the phone rang again, she let it sound until it stopped altogether. Leaving the computer and turning off the light, Cecilia went to the glass window, drew the curtain back a little, and through the narrow gap she could see that down below, on the corner, beside a public telephone, the silhouette of a man stood out. By the outline of his body, despite the darkness of the night and the confusing reflections of the lights, she recognized Adrialvi. The mood that had taken shape and unfolded just moments before vanished like a cloud across the sky. However, since she had already arranged with Rogerio to meet for a beer at the little bar by the beach shelter, Cecilia decided to keep everything as agreed. After so many untimely phone calls, if she had not arranged it with him, the meeting would surely fizzle out the next day. She returned to the computer and typed, "See you tomorrow, Rogerio," alleging that it was a bit late and that she would have to get up very early. Even so, she did not turn off the computer immediately. While changing clothes to go to bed, from time to time she would glance over to see if there were any new messages from her new friend, even one simply wishing her good night. Cecilia only went to bed when she finally read a very special message on the screen. "Good night, Cecilia." Chapter 15. The beginning was not easy for Cecilia. She had always believed that one day things would change and that they would improve for everyone. She felt and knew that the problems faced were created by those who fought them and were rooted in people's minds, in the culture of most societies, and in the way things are viewed. At her school, believing deeply in her project and in what she had committed herself to carry out, Cecilia sought to bring efforts together. Through the presentation of her work, by inviting groups of teachers and some of her colleagues who managed to accompany her in her activities for a few days, little by little, with these few well-intentioned people, the young woman succeeded in forming a small group of individuals devoted to the same purpose. With the consent of Ananias, they ended up holding the training sessions in his restaurant. Cecilia's idea was to create a small group that would go on to expand the work of reusing and distributing food. If possible, she wanted to carry it out throughout the entire city. Despite great difficulties, on many occasions she spoke with numerous restaurant owners. She scheduled visits and even had some time to talk with them and show the work she was doing. However, the response she received was generally the same. Either the owners of the establishments were absent or far too busy to receive her. Portuga, her Ananias, knew well the difficulties Cecilia was encountering in promoting her social project. He followed her work closely and understood the young woman's ideals. He sensed that what she wanted to put into practice would soon end up going down the drain. For that reason, he concluded that he needed to do something urgently. With firm resolve, making use of the weight of his good and well-regarded name among all the restaurant owners in the city, and already sensing that the time Cecilia was devoting to training staff would be wasted, he took the initiative and decided that he would accompany her on visits to the other restaurants. Then, as if by a miracle, everything began to take a different turn. Most of the owners, at first, came merely to take a closer look at how everything worked. Then, little by little, others began to join in, and soon they wanted to know what expenses they would have if they adopted Cecilia's project. They realized that they would not incur any absurd additional costs and that they would also be contributing to the environment, besides greatly improving, in a short time, the situation of so many people in need. Chapter 16. Before 7 o'clock, Cecilia was already up. Rogerio had stayed awake much longer the night before, using the computer. Even so, some time after chatting with Cecilia, as if he suddenly remembered that the next day he would have to get up early, he finally went to bed. Lying there, unable to fall asleep, tossing and turning constantly, he remained with Cecilia's image in his thoughts. The image of the very first moment he had seen her had already impressed him deeply, seeming to have enchanted him and hooked him instantly. Thus, averting his eyes from the darkness of the ceiling, only after a long while did he finally manage to fall asleep. Although filled with countless thoughts, the next day, before anyone else in the house had risen, Rogerio was already wide awake. Without getting out of bed, even before washing his face or brushing his teeth, he stretched out his arm and pulled the notebook from the nightstand. He turned it on and began to browse the websites in search of news. Later on, still stretching a bit, he got up for good and went to the kitchen. The coffee pot and the pitcher with fresh milk, drawn very early from the cows, were already set out and available on the table, just as happened every day. Upon entering the kitchen, after wishing his parents good morning, Rogerio went over to each of them and, as he had been taught since childhood, kissed them on the cheek. Mr. Alfredo and Mrs. Cluza were already seated at the table, waiting for their son so they could have breakfast together. His mother, upon seeing him arrive, noticed at a glance a different kind of joy stamped on her son's face. And as a mother's heart does not deceive her, she ventured in her thoughts. The reason for this change can only be the meeting he had with that young woman who showed up here. Since Saturday, his change in mood and behavior has been evident. After breakfast, Rogerio got up and took several bottles of milk from the refrigerator. Going out to the street, he placed them in the bags attached to the rear of his motorcycle. Briefly saying goodbye to his parents, he revved the motorcycle and headed off toward another day of work. Along the way, Rogerio stopped at 5 places where, at spots previously indicated by those interested, he left a bottle of milk. Mr. Alfredo, Mrs. Cluza, and Rogerio were very well liked throughout the region where they lived, for they showed that they had kind hearts and were always willing to help anyone who needed something from them. The bottles of milk that the young man delivered daily to the families were distributed free of charge. In fact, whenever someone spoke of paying, Mrs. Cluza would reply, "As long as the cows are giving milk, no one pays anything. Only if one day they stop will we no longer be able to provide it. Until then, no one will pay for any milk, period." When Rogerio dropped off the last bottle of milk, he sped up the motorcycle and quickly went to work. That day, however, was not just any other day. After all, the long-awaited meeting scheduled with Cecilia was already set for the evening. For both Rogerio and Cecilia, the day seemed to be one of the longest they had ever lived through. The hours were taking forever to pass. Still, no sooner had the time to be dismissed from work arrived than each of them rushed home. It was time to get ready for the long-awaited engagement. Chapter 17. As if she were preparing for a fashion show, Cecilia adjusted and readjusted herself in front of the mirror. None of the clothes she tried on seemed to fit her well, but afterward, as usually happened most of the time, she put on a comfortable pair of jeans and very light footwear for the evening. Then, letting her black, ebony-like curly hair fall loose, she left, satisfied, to meet Rogerio. Rogerio was not a man of many vanities. Although he had been born in the capital of his state, while still very young, he had gone to live with his parents on the small farm where they resided. He grew into a young man there and stayed there. Strictly speaking, having no special outfit for such occasions, the young man put on a very ordinary pair of pants, a t-shirt, and, since he would be riding a motorcycle, nothing better than a good pair of sneakers. He arrived first at the Barzinho do Abrigo de Praia. The place could not have been better, for it was simply enchanting. The little bar was nestled into a recess among the rocks of a not very high hill that ended abruptly, like a sheer wall, at the edge of the sea. From its single facade there was a fantastic view of the beach, which lay just a few meters away. A handmade staircase, built directly into the rocks by fishermen long ago, was the only way to reach the place. There was no place in the surroundings more pleasant, romantic, and cozy than the Barzinho do Abrigo, as it was more simply known. It was the ideal spot for any romantic meeting, especially for young lovers who, particularly on Saturday nights, made the bar their favorite place. There, with an audible and gentle ambient sound, one could discreetly enjoy good music, including great classics of romantic rock. It was also possible to hear Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Procol Harum, Creedence, and Bread. In other places, there was no chance of being in such a pleasant atmosphere, with the opportunity to listen to music of that kind. As the evening unfolded in a very pleasant mood, with the wind blowing softly, Rogerio looked for a discreet place to sit. He chose a table positioned outside, from where there was a better view of the beach. To the couple's delight, the night was well lit, for the moon was rising over the sea on the infinite horizon. Rogerio ordered a draft beer and waited. Through the window overlooking the sea, his gaze absent-mindedly fixed on the immensity of the waters. The sea vanished into the horizon, and with his heart filled with happiness, the young man, as he waited there, thought about how wonderful life had always been to him. He had an excellent father and a wonderful mother who loved him dearly. Both spared no effort in expressing their love, for through constant gestures of affection, friendship, understanding, and help, they demonstrated at every moment the great love and esteem they felt for their son. What more could Rogerio want or demand from life? Emotionally, he felt he had everything he needed. Moreover, materially speaking, he had his motorcycle, his house, some money, and clothes to spare. Food had never been lacking in his home. There had always been more than enough. His financial conditions, thanks to his work, ensured that he lived a reasonable and very good life. As for his health, he could not ask God for anything better. In short, he had everything and much more than he needed. And so, in that moment of contemplation and waiting, he thought that somewhere there was someone going through hardships, while he was comfortably seated and content with life, waiting for even more happiness. At a certain moment, interrupting the flow of his senses and thoughts, as if sensing a different and new energy hovering in the air, Rogerio could not help but shift his focus. Turning his gaze toward the entrance of the bar, he caught sight of Cecilia's remarkable, slender, and graceful silhouette. Rogerio could not fail to notice heads turning and the keen looks of everyone present directed at her, who, with her natural and friendly manner, radiated light and left it wherever she passed. Nor could he quite believe that such a beautiful woman would, in a few seconds, be sitting at the same table he occupied. Seeing her arrive, Rogerio immediately stood up, showing his courtesy. Wanting to be quickly noticed and not wishing her to search for him in vain, the young man waved from where he was standing. As soon as she spotted him, Cecilia, with her distinctive, light, buoyant walk, let a delicate smile escape her lips from afar, lips made even redder by the soft shade of lipstick. With her curly hair swaying from side to side, she continued toward Rogerio's table. Almost everyone present followed Cecilia's path with their eyes, only stopping when she reached the table. Displaying a clear and visible smile of happiness and joy, she embraced Rogerio and gently kissed his face. At that moment, with such a pleasant and beautiful woman by his side, he felt like the happiest of men among those present. In his joy, already feeling a bit of the effect of the beer, Rogerio experienced a new and pleasant sensation. It seemed as if he were floating more than a foot and a half above the ground, so happy was he. With her simple and modest manner, enhanced by her immense beauty, Cecilia, through her spontaneous gestures, made her companion very proud of her natural sweetness. As usual, she charmed everyone wherever she went. Rogerio kindly pulled out a chair and offered it to Cecilia. Feeling quite at ease and comfortably seated beside Rogerio, she accepted a draft beer to keep him company. Politely, she made no immediate comment about the envelope she so eagerly awaited. In truth, Cecilia was greatly enjoying Rogerio's presence, and the main reason that had brought her there had been another ever since she had met him. By the second tulip glass of beer, as if they had been sharing good moments for many years, the conversation between the two flowed animatedly. Cecilia, quite curious, wanted to know everything about the young man. In turn, with his attention fully focused on her, he kept a constant smile on his lips and kindly answered everything. The conversation was interrupted only when melodious and romantic sounds occasionally arose. At those moments, they asked each other who was singing, what the song was called, and in which year it had been most successful. Sometimes one would say that the song was sung by the group Credence. At other times the other would say that the title was California, and so, wonderfully for both of them, the night went on. Good music, a romantic place, a cold draft beer, and pleasant company. These were, after all, the more than special ingredients of the delightful first meeting between the lovers. They had already been at the bar for quite some time, and the hours passed relentlessly, which, it must be said, mattered little to them. The mere pleasure and satisfaction of being together already made up for the flight of time. At a certain point, however, Rogerio noticed that something was wrong with Cecilia. A strange paleness began to take over her face, while she, with a fixed gaze, could not turn her eyes away from the waters of the sea and the sand of the beach. Then, shifting her gaze and attention, she began to observe the surroundings where they were. Lowering her head slightly, She fixed her distant eyes on the tulip glass on the table. She remained motionless for a few moments, her thoughts far away, saying nothing and making no comment to Rogerio. Immediately, Rogerio sensed that something abnormal was happening with Cecilia. From one moment to the next, she had fallen silent, and her paleness had increased. Instinctively, his eyes turned toward the beach, where Cecilia had been looking, but nothing unusual caught his attention. Rogerio only glimpsed, in the darkness of the shore, standing at the water's edge, the solitary figure of a man. Apparently, judging by the glow of a tiny, timed light, the solitary figure, bringing his hand to his face, must have been smoking. Aside from that scene, Rogerio saw nothing else. Turning his attention back to Cecilia, very curious about her sudden change and unable to contain himself, he asked whether she was feeling well. He said he had noticed a certain paleness in her face and asked whether she needed anything. Cecilia replied vaguely that there was nothing wrong and that she had only felt a momentary discomfort, which she attributed to her long day of work. As Rogerio did not yet know the young woman very well, even though he suspected that the reason was something else, he did not insist and asked her nothing more. From that point on, the good humor and lightness of the atmosphere between the two became somewhat monotonous. Even though she continued to be attentive and kind to Rogerio, not long afterward, claiming that it was already a bit late, Cecilia gently suggested that they leave and go home. Rogerio readily agreed with her, even though he would have liked to enjoy her pleasant company a little longer. Before leaving the Barzinho do Abrigo, Rogerio noticed that she repeatedly and lingeringly cast her gaze toward the beach. Even so, when she seemed calmer, he put his arm around hers, and the two of them walked over to the young man's motorcycle. Chapter 18. They walked a few hundred meters and reached the motorcycle. Since childhood, Rogerio had shown a passion for motorcycles, and, as soon as he had the opportunity, he bought his first one, naturally the one his money could afford, paying little attention to brand or power. Many other motorcycles had passed through his hands, but the current one was an old machine, a very rare and well-preserved model. This motorcycle had been launched around the 1960s. It was a beautiful model and was always immaculate. Rogerio drew attention wherever he went, his motorcycle being the only one of its kind circulating in the city. As they approached the motorcycle, Cecilia noticed that there were two helmets beside it. She soon deduced that one was for her, and no sooner had she thought so than he handed it to her and invited her to climb onto the back seat. With a gesture, he promised that he would soon take her home. A little awkwardly, because she was apprehensive about riding a motorcycle for the first time, she confessed that she felt both eager and afraid. Rogerio, with due care, explained that there was no reason to worry, as the motorcycle was very safe and he would ride quite slowly. Then, slowly, Cecilia climbed onto the back seat and wrapped her arms around Rogerio's waist. He turned the key and the roar of the powerful motorcycle could be heard in the silence of the night. He set off very gently, thinking that this would help Cecilia feel calmer. However, having not yet gone even 2 meters forward, Rogerio felt the motorcycle begin to zigzag slightly. Cecilia, who understood almost nothing about motorcycles, felt nothing unusual in the maneuver despite the strange jolt. Rogerio, however, sensed that the problem lay with the tires, which were possibly flat. His conclusion was not based on sight, since the place was far from public lighting. His experience as a motorcyclist led him to deduce trouble with the tires. Both of them got off, and, inspecting the wheels, Rogerio could not believe what his eyes were seeing. Both tires were flat, probably punctured. The situation was anything but normal, much less pleasant. On the way there, he had reached the spot without any problem with the motorcycle. How could tires that had been full now be completely flat? It was impossible. He could not believe it. In the deserted and dark place where they were, Rogerio remained distracted by the problem with the motorcycle. Cecilia, however, paler than before, noticed, on the corner across the street, the strange and solitary silhouette of a man. With one foot resting against a post and a cigarette between the fingers of his right hand, there, motionless as stone, seemingly on the lookout, stood the man. Naturally, Cecilia imagined it was Adrialvi who was watching them, beginning to carry out old threats. She had not taken his words very seriously, nor the emotional blackmail that claimed she could belong only to him. However, faced with the terrifying situation of that night, she began to feel afraid, even though nothing truly serious had happened. Quickly, she asked Rogerio to leave the place, for at that hour it was not advisable to remain stopped there for long. With that, Rogerio slowly pushed the motorcycle, and Cecilia helped him at times. They were eager to reach her home, and, at Cecilia's request, he agreed to leave the motorcycle in an available corner of the garage. During the way, Cecilia, without Rogerio noticing, from time to time looked fearfully behind them and in all directions. After entering and parking the motorcycle in the garage at Cecilia's insistence, more out of fear that something might happen to Rogerio, she invited him to come up to her apartment and advised him to stay the night there, claiming it was already late and she would feel calmer. She said that this way everything would be much easier, since in the morning he could go to a tire shop and solve the problem. With Cecilia's hands firmly holding his arm and her eyes fixed deeply on his, a situation that made him feel truly valued, Rogerio, turning to face her and feeling her close, could no longer resist. Thus, together they could not avoid letting their lips draw near and touch in a delicate kiss. After this sweet affection, Cecilia let her head rest softly against Rogerio's chest, while he, pressing his face to her hair and breathing in her gentle perfume, caressed her lovingly with the tips of his fingers. They remained that way for a long time, their bodies touching and feeling the sweet warmth mutually emanating. They were only stirred when their lips sought each other and met, making them, through this sweet magic, slide onto the sofa. Amid murmurs and caresses, gentle words were whispered from their mouths, which, sealed as they were, stubbornly refused to part. Guided by good sense, Cecilia felt and knew very well how far such contagious affection could go. Rogerio, offering his lips again, once more felt them returned in a long kiss. Then, discreetly adjusting herself, she stood up, sat on the sofa, and brought her hands to his face, caressing him. Awakening from a dream, Rogerio, after the sweet exchanges, also slowly rose from the sofa and placed his right arm around the shoulders of his beloved. For a long time, in silence, close together and embraced, they remained. At a certain moment, seeming tired and a little sleepy, Rogerio brought his hand to his mouth and yawned. Turning her gaze toward the clock, Cecilia was startled by how late it was. It was already past 3 in the morning, and she pointed out to Rogerio that as soon as the sun rose, both of them would have commitments. Rogerio had nothing to disagree with, and given the late hour, he had no alternative but to sleep there. As Rogerio had noticed that there was only one bed in the apartment, he quickly argued that he would make himself comfortable on the sofa. Affectionately, however, the young woman said that he could sleep with her in her bed, for there was nothing wrong with sharing the same bed. Besides, the sofa would leave him sore all over. She also added that both of them were adults and knew what they should or should not do, and that sleeping in the same bed did not mean that anything more would happen. Rogerio stood up from the sofa and, puffing out his chest to show that he was still his own man, agreed. If both decided to sleep in the same bed, nothing that neither of them wanted would happen. Then, smiling and in a joking tone, he commented, except for a few little caresses and hundreds of kisses, of course. Smiling at the joke, Cecilia went to the bedroom and put on her favorite nightgown. Incidentally, it was quite transparent and fell well above her beautiful knees, making her irresistibly seductive. She settled into bed and covered herself with a white sheet which, in contact with her body, revealed her prominent and alluring curves. She turned off the light and only then called Rogerio, telling him that he could already come into the bedroom and lie down beside her. When he lay down, Rogerio pulled the sheet over himself and stretched out his arm toward the other side of the bed, where Cecilia was. She, sweetly and gently, pulled him toward her with affection. Embracing him, in the darkness of the room, she sought his lips and pressed hers to his. She remained clinging to him for a long time, giving the impression that there was only one person on the bed. Snuggled together, they lost all sense of time, not knowing how long had passed. Their bodies, burning with desire and pressed against each other, resisted for a long time the passion that devoured them. As they had agreed, however, nothing more happened between them. In truth, only intoxicating caresses occurred whenever one body felt the warmth of the other. Inebriated by the magic of that first wild and unexpected encounter, they remained thus for a good and long part of the early morning hours. Chapter 19. When Rogerio woke up, he quickly jumped out of bed and headed straight to the kitchen. To his surprise, he saw that Cecilia was no longer at home, and he promptly grabbed a cup of coffee without even sitting down. Before hurrying downstairs to get the motorcycle and take it in for repair, he could not help noticing, as he passed through the living room, that beside Cecilia's laptop there was a book encumbered by a padlock. The strange padlock made it impossible to open the book in a simple way, by means of a conventional key. Rogerio continued to admire the unusual volume for a little while longer, without even touching it. Suddenly, shrugging his shoulders, he turned toward the exit door and made his way into the building's corridor. He did not take the elevator and preferred to run down the stairways to the garage. There, opening the large door, he took the motorcycle and was out on the street within a few seconds. Rogerio was fortunate not to have to push the motorcycle for more than a couple of blocks. He soon found a small workshop that was just opening its doors at that moment. To his luck, the owner had just arrived and the employees were already present. As he wheeled the motorcycle into the workshop, Rogerio recounted to the mechanic what had happened the night before. Already crouched down to remove the wheels, the mechanic stood up and, looking Rogerio straight in the face, remarked that his story sounded like nothing more than an unfortunate prank. Most likely, someone had deliberately let the air out of his motorcycle's tires to cause him trouble. To make sure that the suspicion was well-founded, he suggested inflating the tires and waiting a bit. Rogerio agreed, and while the mechanic filled and checked the tires, he went to the snack bar across the street. Leaning against the counter, Rogerio ordered a small coffee. Being promptly served, he decided to kill some time and stayed there for about half an hour, which was enough for the tires to be checked. He paid for the coffee and returned to the workshop. The young man who had attended him, seeing him return, went to meet him and called him over to where the motorcycle was parked. Picking up the tire gauge again, he rechecked the pressure and, without much surprise, saw that the tires had the same amount of air. Lifting his eyes to Rogerio, the young man let slip a slight and mischievous smile and confirmed that his suspicion was entirely justified. In short, someone had played a nasty trick on Rogerio. Embarrassed and unsettled, Rogerio, finding no plausible explanation for the situation, let slip an innocent reply. Since the tires were not punctured, he would have no major expense, aside from paying for the procedure of inflating and checking them. Then, taking his wallet from his pocket and already preparing to leave the premises, he asked the owner how much the service had cost. Courteously, the man said that nothing was owed, as he did not charge customers for tire inflation. However, if Rogerio ever needed repairs on the motorcycle, he would be very grateful if he returned to his workshop. With a cheerful smile, the young motorcyclist thanked him. At that moment, Rogerio remembered that the envelope was inside his wallet. Because of the good conversation at the bar, the unexpected event with the tires, and the night spent at Cecilia's house, he had forgotten to deliver the envelope to the young woman. Thus, before putting the wallet back into his pocket, he opened it to make sure that the envelope was there. However, to his surprise, he did not find it. Immediately, he thought that he might have lost it during the walk the night before. Another possibility was that, at the Barzinho do Abrigo de Praia, the envelope had fallen out when he opened his wallet. In any case, everything was happening to him very quickly and unexpectedly. First came the happiness of his meeting with Cecilia, then the incident with the tires, then the early morning at Cecilia's house, and now, for the moment, the loss of the envelope, so important to his beloved. As for the tires, Rogerio had no idea who could have done such a malicious thing to him. Nor did he know how he would reach Cecilia and tell her that he had lost the envelope. Chapter 20. More radiant than on other days, Cecilia returned to work that morning. Her friends soon noticed the energy and joy that shone through her, and one of them commented, "Did you happen to see a little yellow bird this morning?" That was a way of remarking that someone was happier than usual, possibly because of some special event. Cecilia could hardly contain herself from so much happiness, and her joy shone undisguised, making it so that by the end of the day, everyone knew the reason for her happiness. As for the detail that Cecilia and Rogerio had slept together and nothing had happened, no one wanted to believe it. Some of her colleagues, the more outspoken ones, even ended up saying that the young man Cecilia had met was somewhat effeminate, perhaps gay. It was just teasing among themselves, but nothing managed to spoil Cecilia's good mood that day. After work, that evening, Cecilia phoned Rogerio. Among many topics, she mentioned the envelope she had not received. A little embarrassed, he said nothing about having lost it, as he did not want to ruin Cecilia's evening with such an annoyance. He figured that the information would be better given and taken in on another occasion. Aside from that, both of them joked and laughed a great deal during the time they talked, already arranging another meeting for the near future. Chapter 21. The following morning, Cecilia was surprised by the sound of the building's intercom ringing. It was still very early, and several people wanted to talk and exchange ideas with her. A little worried by the unexpected visit to her apartment, Cecilia asked why they were there and immediately wanted to know whether something serious had happened. Then, relieved, she learned that those who had come were merely a group of volunteers who wished to support her interesting and very promising social project. Among them, and leading the group, was Mrs. Raquel, who was a close friend of Cecilia and also the first lady of the municipality. She was the wife of the mayor, Mr. Ivo, who some time earlier had recognized the great value of the project for the reuse and distribution of food. Raquel headed the group, and they wanted to engage with and strengthen Cecilia's project, give more weight to her work, and carry it forward. Cecilia had always believed strongly in what she was doing, but she was surprised by the new direction the undertaking was taking. The group went up to Cecilia's apartment, and she was surprised to see that, along with the First Lady and the others, journalists from the main newspapers in the region were also present. In addition, there were photographers and radio broadcasters since, due to the great interest of the group led by the First Lady, everyone wanted to be informed of every detail agreed upon. It was truly quite significant that so many representatives of the press were gathered there. Mr. Ananias was also present, since he had been the first to agree with and adopt Cecilia's project. As almost all the restaurants in Nova Realidade do Rio do Pauso and in other nearby cities had joined the project, Cecilia's name gradually began to be recognized by many people and in many cities, becoming a highlight in headlines even in places outside the country. Her methods, actions, gestures, and her name ended up becoming widely known and respected, serving as a reference to be followed by many. In view of her pioneering initiative, her system for reusing and distributing food had already transcended borders. Beyond the fact that her formula was intelligent, simple, well-designed, and carried out with goodwill, its essence brought greater humanity to those most in need and to the community in general. Finally, almost all households in Nova Realidade do Rio do Pauso had adopted this system, resulting in its enormous success and recognition. There was a great reuse of the food collected, preventing such excess from being thrown away daily. It was in no way fair to witness the concern of farmers who, with great difficulty, from dawn to dusk, on land of poor fertility, sowed and planted their valuable seeds and, through countless hardships, made the abundant food that flooded the cities grow and be harvested. In many places, to worsen the situation, countless people threw away food that could have satisfied the hunger of many others. Yet, as if by a miracle, what had once been mere utopia began to happen for the benefit of all. The garbage bins spread throughout the city, which had previously been crammed with food scraps and almost always spilled over the sidewalks, causing bad odors and other inconveniences, were no longer the same. The number of bins had decreased significantly, for more than half of them had disappeared from the streets. Now Cecilia felt that her project was taking off and gaining strength, especially with the recent support of the First Lady. With new minds came new ideas, and for that reason she saw and felt more enthusiasm with each new day. Mrs. Raquel and other volunteers created an association, and other people, seeing the good image of the group and the positive results achieved, began to participate with great interest in the organization. Little by little, the association took root and, like a snowball, began to grow with the adherence of more volunteers committed to the work. Within a not very long period of time, other cities had also adopted the system of food reuse and distribution. Like a well-integrated mechanism of social cohesion, many others began to adopt the system as well, and everything moved forward. Chapter 22. Just as Cecilia's meetings with Rogerio were becoming increasingly frequent, Adrielvi's phone calls were growing even bolder and more threatening. Rogerio had already told Cecilia about the loss of the envelope, but since she was deeply involved with her projects and with her relationship, she did not have the time to devote herself to the matter of the mysterious man. In order to feel calmer and as far away as possible from Adrielvi's phone calls and threats, Cecilia began spending her weekends at Rogerio's parents' home. There, because of the proximity, she started to reflect more on what she had seen and found in the old mansion. Ever curious, she considered going there to take another look and see what might be happening. However, due to the hectic pace of her life, she kept postponing the visit to the mansion. One evening, while dinner was being prepared by Mr. Alfredo, who was an excellent cook and had learned that Cecilia loved file a parmigiana, some unusual scenes took place. It is worth mentioning that Mr. Alfredo, besides having his own duties and arriving home quite tired, helped Mrs. Klizza with all the household chores. The kitchen, therefore, was just one more of them. Interrupting the lively conversation, the lady of the house invited everyone to sit at the table. Before that, however, she went to a cabinet and brought out a bottle of excellent homemade wine. With everyone properly seated and served, she proposed a toast, and each person raised their glass as they all toasted together. Then Mr. Alfredo, asking permission and getting up, went to the kitchen and returned carrying a steaming dish. He held it with both hands, protected by thick thermal gloves. As he set the food on the table, he looked at Cecilia, raised his voice, and said that the file a parmigiana was in her honor. When Cecilia saw that special and delicious dish, she stood up, asked Mrs. Cluza for permission, walked over to Mr. Alfredo, and gave him a big, lingering hug, planting a kiss on his cheek. There was an uproar because he, taken by surprise, ended up turning as red as a pepper. After dinner, Rogerio, who had a poetic soul and a heart full of romanticism behind his outgoing and talkative manner, kept, in secret with Emir, a singer and excellent guitarist, a special surprise for the evening. He then invited his friend so that together they could present a surprise to his beloved. Among his best friends, Emir had always been by Rogerio's side. Since the early days of their youth, both had been together at almost every party and amusement. That night, once again, they were together to share their joy at the reunion and to fondly recall times gone by. On the living room wall of the house hung a beautiful oil painting, a gift from his friend Emir. The painting had been made by Emir himself and stood out prominently on the wall, depicting the figure of a bullfighter. No amount of money could pay for that work, because for Rogerio the painting was of inestimable value, since it had been painted especially for him. The effect of the good wine and pleasant conversation ended up making everyone feel more at ease, and so the topics stretched on into the late hours. Little by little, however, the conversations became more scattered and the first yawns appeared. It was the effect of the good wine, turning euphoria into a gentle, lazy drowsiness. With that, each person withdrew to their bedroom. After saying goodbye to his girlfriend and wishing her good night, Rogerio remained seated talking with Emir.
As suas mistas.
Cluza finished washing the dishes, as she did every night. She kissed her son on the cheek and said goodbye to his violinist friend. When she went to bed, only the two old friends were left talking. Chapter 23. It did not take long for silence to take over the entire house, while outside the only sounds were the chirping of crickets. Inside the residence, by all indications, everyone had already fallen asleep. Suddenly, however, a melodious and gentle music began to awaken Cecilia. A harmonious plucking of guitar strings could be heard, seeming to approach the window of the bedroom where she slept. Cecilia lifted her head slightly from the pillow and was certain that the soft touch of a sweet melody was drawing nearer to her bed. Moved and feeling her heart pounding strongly, she no longer had any doubt that someone was serenading her. She had already heard her mother and grandmother speak of the old serenades and found all those stories, though out of their time, wonderful and very romantic. Many times, closing her eyes to dream, she imagined a romantic serenader beneath her window, serenading her. Her dreaming was marvelous and what she had long desired, but she could not imagine that she would take part in such a magical moment as that. Even so, for an instant Cecilia had a bad feeling, and it began to steal away the pleasant sensation of the music invading her heart. Who were the mysterious serenaders singing at such a late hour? Immediately, surprised by the initial thought that had taken her by storm, Cecilia, though apprehensive and not certain who it was, concluded that it could not be her former boyfriend. Besides not being very romantic, Adrialvi would not have the courage to go to Rogerio's house. Accompanied by a guitar, one song and then another could be heard, which, in the silence of the night, reached the ears of the honoree melodiously. For moments, her life seemed more like a beautiful and tranquil dream. The lyrics spoke of great loves and passions, while, accompanying the guitar, a hoarse and melodious voice stood out, promptly recalling Edemir's tone of voice. At that, Cecilia no longer had any doubts about who the mysterious serenaders were. For a moment there was a brief silence, and after a short interval, another melodious and passionate voice sounded. It seemed that the sound slipped in through the slats of the shutters of her window, invading, splendidly and lovingly, the silence of the dark room. This time, Cecilia immediately recognized Rogerio's voice, who, at the end of the song, with a few words offered her the serenade. To you, Cecilia, on this illustrious night, at the invitation of romance, beneath your window, I offer you this serenade. If you are awake, and if the serenade pleases you, I ask that you come to the window and lean your ear there, where you may listen to your romantic and dreamer serenader. Breaking the silence of the early hours once more, the guitar strings vibrated again. Then, to the sound of the gentle strumming of the guitar in perfect harmony, in a melodious and passionate singing, the serenader's voice rang out. Morena, lovely Morena, in your beautiful flowered dress, you have a contagious smile, curly hair. The moment my eyes saw you, I fell in love. My heart is asking, I want to be your boyfriend. The guitar struck a harmonious chord, and the serenader, in a passionate tone, continued. I know you are the owner of beauty, and I, a man in love. If you truly love me, I will always stay by your side here beneath your window. As a token of affection, the serenade is being made to you by one who is enchanted by you. Before resuming the singing, Rogerio caught sight of one of the shutters opening slightly and held himself back. At the same time, still not quite decided on how to act, Cecilia did not reveal herself immediately. The faint light cast by the moon made it seem as though the moon, high above, watched everything with a hint of jealousy. And while it hid now and then behind a few clouds, Cecilia revealed only small parts of her silhouette through the cracks of the window. From the outside perspective, Rogerio saw his beautiful and enchanting beloved from the waist up. Her nightgown was slightly open from above her breasts up to her neck, yet little of her sculpted beauty could be seen. Even so, against the darkness of the room, parts of her seductive and well-defined curves were visible. The outline of her breasts and the tips of her nipples against the thin, transparent fabric could be seen, to the dizzying delight of the serenader. The short distance between the singer and the honoree made it possible, so it seemed to Rogerio, to sense Cecilia's perfume. On his beloved's face one could notice, between her full, slightly parted lips and despite the scant light, her very white teeth, lending even more brightness to the sweet smile on her flushed face. Feeling that his beloved had opened the window, Rogerio immediately began to show his immense happiness. Seeing her leaning slightly against the sill, he brought his right hand to his mouth, placed a kiss upon it, and, with charm, blew it toward his beloved. Turning to Emir, who watched everything and, with a mild and gentle tone, sought to eternalize that magical moment, he nodded his head, and the sound of the guitar and the song continued. All my friends know that in you I see the most beautiful, the most beloved of flowers of the fields. In spring everyone knows it, that you have long been loved, Morena of my passion, just as I want you in love. Then, as a second voice, Emir joined the singing, and a refrain was heard. Come here, Morena, come to my side to hear me, to listen to me on this enchanted night. Come fall in love with me, come here. Morena, lovely Morena, come stay with me on this moonlit night. Come fall in love with me. Mr. Alfredo had already awakened and, surprised by what he saw, gently let one of his hands slip to his wife's. Taking them, he drew them toward himself and, while caressing them, placed a kiss on both. Although they did not leave the bed, they remained silent, for they did not want to waste such a beautiful moment of enchantment and tenderness. Alfredo and Cluza were delighted to hear the romantic serenade and, motionless and united, remained so until the end. Chapter 24. The next day, both morning and afternoon, there was no other topic than the wonderful serenade. This was true both at Mr. Alfredo's house and in Cecilia's workplace, where, utterly happy, she was not left alone for a single moment. People wanted and made her tell and retell, now to one person, now to another, the event of the early hours of the morning. But it was a workday and the pace had to return to normal. Thus, at a certain point, Mr. Ananias arrived holding an official letter from the First Lady. In large, bold letters, The document summoned Cecilia to a meeting in which all participants, associates, and restaurant owners would have urgent matters to deliberate. The reason for the meeting was the visit of members of the Organization for the Well-Being of the World's Needy, OBCAM, who were coming on a mission to Nova Realidade do Rio do Pauso. They were interested in learning about the project for the reuse and distribution of food among the city's needy, considering it very well designed and successful. Attached, the First Lady emphasized the indispensable importance of Cecilia's presence and that she would give a thorough presentation about her project. She should recount everything, from the venture's beginnings to the success currently achieved. It was not every day, indeed, it was a very rare privilege, that members of such a renowned and important organization took interest in something similar in a small town. Raquel requested and stressed that Cecilia be prepared, as newspapers from the region and local radio stations would be present. The entire meeting and Cecilia's lecture would be broadcast live, and everything would also be recorded by OBCAM's team. The material would be aired on a television channel that covered the organization's important meetings and would also be carried in syndication with other broadcasters. Later, to conclude, the First Lady underscored that matters of such great importance would still be studied and publicized in many other countries around the world. For all these and other reasons, Cecilia should be well prepared to lecture, explain, and address questions. The mayor, the First Lady, the business community, and the population in general were extremely enthusiastic about the event. The meeting would highlight and widely publicize the small city throughout the world, making it known in very distant places.
Cecília esquece-mister.
Ananias for permission and called the young Virginia, a close friend and her right-hand woman at all times. She put her in her place, in charge of the restaurant's operations. Then, in order to prepare and set the agenda for the matters and new projects that were on her mind, she immediately returned home. The time had come, and for nothing in this world would Cecilia miss the opportunity to carry forward, through such a strong international entity, her work. In her view, the services she provided, both for their simplicity and their efficiency, would revolutionize the world, whose good leaders should be concerned not only with the hunger of billions of human beings, but also with another desperate issue: deforestation. Chapter 25. Cecilia arrived home and was about to step into the shower when she noticed an envelope lying on the floor, which had been pushed inside through the gap under the door. There was nothing written on it, and, thinking it was just another invitation or yet another notice from the condominium, Cecilia went to the center of the living room and set the envelope down on the small table, intending to read it later. Suddenly, however, the young woman noticed with surprise something she did not remember. On the small table lay the book she had found in the old mansion, which she was certain she had left tucked away in a corner of the desk. As for the envelope, it had certainly been placed under the door that very day, because when she left for work she had not noticed it. If she had neither seen the envelope under the door nor noticed the book on the small table, she assumed that someone had been in her apartment during her absence. This left her extremely intrigued, filling her mind with suspicion and doubt. Something very strange was happening without her knowledge. Could it have been Adrialvi? No, he did not have the key to enter her apartment. Looking for evidence, she then rushed to the windows and, even though she lived on the third floor, feared that someone might have climbed up there. But no, everything was securely locked just as she had left it. What mystery, after all, was taking place? She looked and looked again, searched and searched the entire house for signs and proof of an intrusion. She concluded, however, that only the book was out of place and that the envelope had appeared in her home. Overcome by curiosity, she picked up the envelope and opened it. Her surprise could not have been greater, for she immediately recognized one of the photographs. Cecilia had left it in the other envelope, the one she had found on the street, and returned to the mansion at number 556. In addition to being very mysterious, The events seemed more like someone was playing a bad joke on the young woman. Then a foolish thought crossed her mind. Could I be asleep and having an unpleasant nightmare? Even though she felt fully awake, Cecilia was already beginning to doubt her own sanity. Was she going mad, or was it all nothing more than a pointless nightmare? Just in case, instinctively she pinched her arm hard, but the pain was so intense that she was certain she was not asleep. She then remembered that only she had knowledge of the book. But on second thought, perhaps that day someone might have appeared around the old mansion and, having observed all her movements, was now indulging in these pranks. But who could such a person be? Why had the envelope been slid under her door, and what did that photograph mean? Cecilia looked at the photo again, now scrutinizing every detail of the image. Upon closer inspection, the photograph appeared to have been taken from inside a large place. Judging by the chairs, the setting resembled a movie theater. The only difference was that at the back, instead of a projection screen, one could barely make out tiny images of people. Even so, no matter how much she strained her eyes, Cecilia could not define anything clearly. The images were so small that to the naked eye nothing could be properly seen. She finally came to the conclusion that the photo told her nothing, meant nothing to her, and that she recognized no one in it. Trying to rid her mind of such nightmares, she tossed the photograph onto the sofa and remembered the appointment that had brought her home. She thought she should inform her boyfriend about what was happening, although Rogerio had never asked anything about the book. To herself, Cecilia said that she would mention the matters to him later. Still, quite suspicious, she went to the wardrobe and opened each door one by one, rummaging through every compartment. She lay down on the floor and also looked under the bed, but found nothing, no trace, and nothing missing. She then felt calmer, knowing that no one had been inside the house. More at ease, she finally stepped into a hot shower. Chapter 26. Nothing was more important at that moment than preparing for the meeting that night. That afternoon, time seemed to run faster. As Cecilia prepared the texts for the meeting, in which she set out the simple and fundamental ideas for the future of her project, from time to time, she would lift her head to look at the wall clock hanging in front of her. With adrenaline running through her veins, she was surprised to see that yet another hour had passed. The start of the gathering was drawing near, and, like a last-minute blessing, Cecilia would remember something she had not yet written down. When she considered everything to be in order, she set the texts aside and went to get dressed. The young woman calculated that she should wear a good outfit. After all, they were important authorities, and the entire delegation would be gathered that night to meet her. When she was already at the final touches, with only lipstick left to apply, Cecilia heard the telephone ring. The first thought that came to her mind was that Rogerio was getting in touch to see if everything was all right. As it was already past the time he usually arrived home and turned on his laptop, Rogerio might be calling because she had not contacted him by email. Her second thought, however, was quite unpleasant, for it could once again be Adrialvi with his threats. Whatever the case, because of the imminent meeting, she could not fail to answer the phone. Lifting the receiver from the hook and bringing it to her right ear, a voice asked whether it was Mrs.
Cecilia Spiacchi.
Suddenly, the young woman realized that no one had ever called her Mrs.
Cecilia before.
Next, the caller informed her that she should wait for him, as he was the person in charge of organizing the event and would later come to pick her up at her apartment. He said he would arrive at 8 o'clock and then they would go to the event. Feeling the special treatment and the great attention being given to her, for a moment Cecilia felt a slight shiver run through her body, while a small tremor in her legs made her realize how nervous she was. Cecilia confirmed that she would wait for him at the scheduled time, thanked him, and hung up the phone. Immediately afterward, she thought, what a responsibility. Cecilia had begun something that was very important for the most needy and underprivileged, but that was her only intention. She had not imagined that things would take the direction they had, to the point of drawing such enormous attention to her project. It was certain that she was dealing with something extremely serious, and she knew it well, for the lives of countless hungry human beings were at stake. But it was only on that day, hours before her lecture, that Cecilia realized the worldwide importance of her project. Although she did not feel particularly important herself, such great attention was being paid to her that a driver was being sent to pick her up at her disposal. The young entrepreneur would have to present to an international delegation her very simple adolescent dreams, which, through her struggle and the commitment of some who had worn that jersey alongside her, what to many seemed mere utopia, were becoming real practices of humanitarian transformation. Chapter 27. Inside the extremely elegant official car of the City Hall, driven by the mayor's chauffeur, Cecilia rode alongside the First Lady. She addressed the mayor's wife simply by her name, Raquel, due to the long-standing friendship they shared. No sooner had the official car stopped in front of the Hotel Guarita Eventos Park, the most stylish and renowned in the entire region, than the First Lady stepped out and made a point of staying by Cecilia's side. She accompanied her, and both were welcomed in the vast lobby by the most courteous hotel manager, Mr.
Geraldo.
Immediately, they were surrounded by members of the press and, were it not for the action of the security guards, they would hardly have been able to move forward. Raquel and Cecilia were then led to the room where the mayor was already waiting for them. With a big hug and great affection, Mr. Ivo welcomed his dear friend Cecilia, also kissing his beloved wife. Thus, after a pleasant, quick, and relaxed chat, the mayor handed Cecilia the materials he had received, reports on the charitable work of OBCAM. Specifically for the three of them, the OBCAM staff had left a package containing documents, pamphlets, and newspapers about the work they had been carrying out around the world, which, even though it contained some outdated news, was of inestimable value. OBCAM's work on behalf of the most underprivileged was not only unquestionable, but also enviable. After a quick reading of the pamphlets, Cecilia began leafing through the various newspapers that had been handed to her. The news spoke of misery throughout the planet, but almost all the headlines highlighted the work being carried out in a country called Capharnian, located in one of the most desert and remote zones of the African continent. Cecilia had never heard of the particularities of Capharnian and, in truth, was not even aware of its existence. The country lay embedded in one of the most distant parts of Africa, and the newspaper she was reading highlighted what was beginning to be done there with considerable success. The reports emphasized a young man of great worth named Anselmi, whose projects were helping several communities in his country. His ideas were new and his execution plan was well designed, having benefited many underprivileged regions. Anselmi carried out his work and gave the best of himself, with care and great love for the poorest and most needy. There were shocking photos showing the misery in which most of his people lived, far removed from civilization, whose inhabitants seemed to have been forgotten by their counterparts in industrialized countries. Capharnian lived in isolation, having been rejected by the powerful nations and by the more affluent peoples of the planet. After finishing the reading of other articles, Cecilia, glancing around her, commented to the mayor and the First Lady on the sad and harsh reality reported in that material. The couple, who had also read the reports, agreed with an affirmative nod of their heads. Chapter 28. On a low platform there was a long table and several chairs. The 3 chairs at the center were reserved for Cecilia, the speaker, as well as for the mayor and the First Lady. The others were intended for the special guests who, as they arrived at the meeting, were escorted by attendants to their seats. The first row of chairs in the auditorium was reserved for the members of OBCAM. After all, it was they who had made this special and magnificent gathering possible. The photographers, radio broadcasters, reporters, and television crews responsible for publicizing and broadcasting the event were already waiting at their posts for the arrival of the guests. The special guests at the table had already taken their places. The first to arrive and be escorted to his place of honor was Mr. Ananias, who sat to Cecilia's left. The others, as they arrived, were likewise escorted. Then came Mr. Elio, the founder of the local Academy of Letters, followed by Mr. Gilney, one of the most awarded and representative musicians and composers of music from the south of the country. Next, the distinguished Valdisi was also present, being considered by almost everyone and by the media a great poet and one of the best radio hosts, whose prestigious programs led audience ratings throughout the region. The magnificent Eupranio also arrived, a conductor, poet, and music professor who, to the pride of his fellow citizens, elevated the name of his hometown, making it even more widely known by teaching important students at leading universities and major cultural centers. Miss Vanessa, a university student currently studying psychology, Mr. Gustavo, a bachelor in accounting sciences, and Mrs. Melissa, a former flight attendant who was now an important businesswoman in the city, were also in attendance. Thus, the lineup of honored participants was completed, all of whom gathered at the table with the speaker, the mayor, and the First Lady. Accompanied by the mayor and Mrs. Raquel, Cecilia stood up and the three of them headed toward the entrance to the hall, while the anticipation of everyone present was already great. After being announced, they entered to a warm round of applause. As she took her seat, Cecilia noticed that her great friend was to her left. When he saw her settled, Ananias discreetly let one of his hands slip beneath the tablecloth covering the table and reach Cecilia's. Then, gently, he held and lightly squeezed her hand. The gesture almost seemed to say to his friend, "Courage, today is your day." They exchanged glances and ended up sharing a discreet smile. Next, through a strategically well-positioned door intended for distinguished visitors, the entrance of OBCAM was announced. In single file, each representative entered the large hall, all of them being received standing by those present. Without exception, everyone was greeted with a huge and warm round of applause. Chapter 29. Two people with their ears glued to the radio, not wanting to miss or fail to hear anything, were quite upset, annoyed, and uncomfortable. One of them was Adrialvi, who grew more jealous with each passing day, not only for having lost his former girlfriend to another man, but also for seeing Cecilia becoming increasingly important. He had never even remotely believed that her crazy idea, as he always referred to Cecilia's project, would ever succeed. As for the other disgruntled listener, no one, not even Cecilia herself, could have imagined that he would behave in such a way. He liked Rogerio very much, but this surprised her. Also driven by jealousy, he wanted to get Cecilia's philanthropic ideals out of her head. Even though he had known about her roles and activities since the very beginning of their relationship, Rogerio had never said anything to her. However, as the projects began to gain notoriety, whether out of jealousy, selfishness, or fear of losing her, he became deeply unsettled. Seeing her increasingly involved among the most diverse social circles, dividing her time between her boyfriend and her work, Rogerio began, without her noticing, to feel more and more upset and indignant each day. He wanted her all to himself and neither accepted nor agreed that she should share her time with other people. With such thoughts, he began, without realizing it, to create an invisible barrier between the two of them. Over time, Cecilia did notice the silly jealousy that began to surface in her boyfriend, but she thought it was even somewhat natural. She thought to herself, those who love often act like children and want the other's attention solely for themselves. However, Rogerio grew increasingly fault-finding with regard to his girlfriend's projects. Cecilia realized that it was not the work itself that was bothering her boyfriend, but probably the contacts and friendships she maintained with other people. In any case, she always shrugged it off and did not take into account that feeling, which she even considered quite childish on his part. Chapter 30. After the introductions and a few breaks with protocol, Cecilia, the most eagerly awaited figure of the evening, picked up the pages referring to the topics she would address, stood up, and walked to the small lectern. At the microphone, she began by greeting those present, and in particular the OBCAM delegation, saying how honored she was by everyone's presence and by the opportunity to share her ideas and projects. Opening the pages, Cecilia began her lecture. She spoke first about the wealth spread throughout the world, emphasizing that everything was sufficient to benefit all the inhabitants of the earth. It was proven that the leftovers alone were enough to feed everyone. There was abundance in nature for all. However, since a small few considered themselves the owners of everything, only this minority truly enjoyed that abundance. It was always the powerful who ended up taking the largest and best portions of everything, leaving almost all peoples to live in poverty. Many neither thought about nor ever remembered their fellow human beings, remaining oblivious to the fact that tons upon tons of leftover food were thrown away, overflowing landfills around the world. Cecilia spoke about important people who stood out for great achievements and were recognized and cited daily in all forms of media. Yet, although famous for something they had accomplished and applauded by large segments of society, such people did nothing in the face of the precarious situation of their fellow human beings. As a rule, since fame brings no benefit to any needy human being, the deeds of the famous are simply futile. Celebrities form a minority that seems not to have been born on planet Earth, for they show themselves blind and deaf to the needy, caring neither about their problems nor about the precarious lives they lead. The speaker again emphasized the problem of large-scale food waste, which occurred mainly in the richest and most agriculturally productive countries, including, as an example, Brazil. She then commented on her project, whose operation had begun in Nova Realidade do Rio do Pauso. She reported that it had been difficult to get restaurant owners to accept and put into practice the reuse and distribution of food. Gradually, however, with the help of her partner and great friend Ananias, after many meetings and demonstrations of how everything worked, they managed to show that the project would not entail extra costs. Cecilia stressed that, in exchange for a small space inside their restaurants, they would gain advantages from it. One of these was no longer having to assign employees to carry leftovers to trash bins. She explained that all food, after being hygienically classified, was separated and placed in appropriate packaging, then stored in cold chambers before distribution. In this way, the project would gradually reduce the pollution that so greatly concerned everyone. Alongside the reuse of food, the activity of reusing peels was already being practiced. For example, banana peels, potato peels, carrot peels, beet peels, cassava peels, and orange peels. Even eggshells, which previously went straight into the trash, were now being reused. Through the project, all these peels, some seeds, and a multitude of other foods rich in vitamins and of high nutritional value, after being properly sanitized by an innovative system, as well as selected and separated, were duly reused. The peels, after being properly separated and classified, went directly to an oven to be roasted. After this process, the seeds and the best-looking peels, before being packaged in small portions, in little bags, received a flavoring condiment and some seasoning. There were seasonings of onion, garlic, cumin, parsley, and a few others. The less intact peels, after being dried, were removed from the ovens, passed through a grinder, and transformed into flour, which was very rich in various vitamins. Some were mixed in equal portions, while others were separated by flavor, then labeled and bagged. They were then sent to schools, where they were served as school meals, while another portion was distributed to needy families. It was an excellent food in the form of peels that everyone used to throw away daily. These leftovers were a major part of the food that, with proper reuse, would put an end to hunger in almost all parts of the world. Cecilia emphasized that the problem of hunger, with the adoption of her method, would be solved worldwide in the medium term. One also had to take into account the nutritional power of this type of food, for the reused peels would save the lives of countless people in the most distant places and poorest in material resources, especially in Africa. To begin this project, only a few ovens for drying the selected peels and some grinders to turn the leftovers into powder would be necessary. In the second stage of her lecture, Cecilia touched on another issue that was also of great concern to the world population, especially to people involved in environmental causes. In Brazil alone, without an effective method of containment, deforestation each day is equivalent to more than 100 soccer fields. But there was a new, simple, and revolutionary program already in action in her city that could be widely adopted. The idea was so simple that almost everyone had already accepted it, thus recruiting volunteers willing to help. First, Cecilia had begun the project within schools, where the support of teachers was necessary. Through some meetings and explanations given to them, everything was later passed on to the students. For her project to become a reality, several meetings took place at each school, with the presence of all the children. When informed about the serious problem of deforestation on the planet, a large portion of the students agreed with the data presented, and almost all joined Cecilia's project. The procedure to be adopted was simple. Whenever a student ate a fruit, for example, an orange, a guava, an avocado, in short, any fruit, he or she should remove at least a few seeds. Naturally, these were not to be thrown in the trash, but rather a small hole should be dug in the soil somewhere in the yard of their home, and the seeds buried there. Those who did not have space available in their yard were to plant the seeds in front of their homes, on sidewalks, or in squares anywhere there was soil available. For those who lived in apartments, it was recommended to save cans or milk cartons for planting. After germination, the seedlings were to be taken to school, where, in a previously reserved space, students and teachers would replant them. As for any surplus plants, they would periodically be distributed to people who did not have fruit trees at home. If seedlings still remained, these, with proper authorization from the City Hall and the Environmental Department, would be planted during a collective effort organized by the school on land made available by those responsible. This idea of Cecilia's was working in the schools and gained even more strength when local radio stations broadcast the topic, informing the population of the good news. In the streets and avenues of Nova Realidade do Rio do Pauso, one could already notice, along their entire length, the lush and beautiful green of trees. Every 2 meters, a new tree beautified the city. Although still small, since the project was recent, fruit trees were already beginning to appear along public sidewalks. In the very near future, the trees would certainly bear many fruits, providing a new option for those who had difficulty buying food. The idea, to the joy and well-being of those engaged in the project, was widely accepted by the students of the schools. Moreover, in no household did anyone shirk the rule and fail to put their hands in the soil. Almost everyone planted at least one tree, even if it was the one in front of their house. Thus, a healthy and conscious method of reforestation was created, while at the same time the fruits would supply the entire population of the city. Over time, there would be more health for everyone, especially for children. Furthermore, since in the future many fruits would be left over in Nova Realidade do Rio do Pauso, these would be harvested and taken to neighboring localities. This without even mentioning the birds, which had practically disappeared from within the urban perimeter. With the new trees, due to the quantity of available fruits, these inspiring children of the creator would return and soon multiply rapidly. As a bonus, birds would also find it easier to build nests among so many lush and fruit-bearing trees. Above all, the most important aspect of the initiative was that the new generation was developing new habits in relation to the environment, already beginning to feel part of nature. The children growing up with this new mindset could not help but become part of new seeds which, through future generations, were transforming and improving everything. As for health in general, nothing better could be hoped for. Due to the new consumption habits, including the increasing consumption of so many fruits and the production of products already in use, such as flour, powder made from peels, and other derivatives, the health of children in daycare centers and schools was improving greatly. With regard to deforestation, a solution was already coming into view in the medium term. Cecilia reaffirmed that, in her city, the seed planting project was already working very well. If the idea were carried forward by others, if each person in every place adopted this habit, success throughout the world would be certain. If, in the 100 soccer fields worth of deforested land, native or fruit trees were replanted, in the case of Brazil, vast plantations would soon shine as far as the eye could see. With such an attitude, the problem of deforestation would be solved in just a few years. One could even continue extracting timber in greater quantities, and the planet would once again be greener and richer in biodiversity. Pausing before bringing her address to an end, Cecilia lamented the crisis being faced by the needy and underprivileged of Capharnaum. She congratulated all men and women of goodwill who were engaged in the fight against hunger, especially the young Anselmi. More than anyone else, Anselmi had taken upon himself the noble cause of helping the hungry of Capharnaum. Chapter 31. At a certain moment, far from where she was standing, near the door that led out of the hall, Cecilia's attention was drawn by the glare of a flash fired from the last row. The speaker could hardly believe her own eyes, for she was certain that the person who had photographed her was none other than the stranger from the envelope and the photographs. However, she had no time to make sure of what her eyes were telling her, because, slipping away, swift as a shadow, she saw him disappear out the door, his back turned. Then, after that pause and already almost recovered from the unexpected surprise, she thanked everyone present for their attention and made herself available for any clarifications. Everyone stood up and, enthusiastic about Cecilia's address, continued applauding her for a long time. The members of the OBCAM delegation came, one by one, to shake her hand and congratulate her, offering words and smiles of every kind. Meanwhile, photographers and other members of the press gave her no respite, surrounding her on all sides. Curiously, while the flashes were being triggered incessantly, many people positioned themselves next to the speaker in order to appear in the press photos as well. In the meantime, as she was being courted by the media, Cecilia answered her interviewers. The president of the delegation, Mr. Ilgin, spoke into her ear and managed to draw her aside to a corner of the room. There stood a young man whom she immediately recognized as the fellow who, while she was waiting in the company of the mayor and the first lady, had appeared in a photograph in a news report. Upon seeing him, Cecilia could not restrain herself and, in a sudden impulse of admiration and gratitude for his humanitarian deeds, went to meet him. With her usual spontaneity, she caught him somewhat off guard, but managed to give Anselmi a big and affectionate hug. Overjoyed by the warm reception he received from Cecilia, and after returning the affection with a long embrace, Anselmi took her hands in his and gently kissed them. Cecilia and Anselmi did not exchange words, nor could they remain alone any longer, for everyone wanted to interview her. Impetuous, the press wanted to give complete coverage to the projects of the young entrepreneur. Surrounded as she was, Cecilia knew that it would be a very long night. Chapter 32. In the early hours of the morning, as she was leaving the meeting, Cecilia met Rogerio, who, even though he had been invited to attend and stay by her side, had not entered the hall at any moment. He wore a grim expression, quite upset, jealous, and annoyed by the long wait. Upon seeing him, Cecilia broke into a broad smile and ran happily and cheerfully toward him. After a quick kiss, she hugged him and, affectionately recounting the wonderful lecture, said that she had missed him greatly, hoping that he would have supported her during the meeting. Even in the face of Cecilia's affectionate words, Rogerio still remained somewhat sulky. They went to where the motorcycle was parked, and when Cecilia had already climbed onto the back seat, Rogerio started the engine as she waved to Raquel. At that moment, the First Lady and the Mayor were boarding the official car. Although quite tired from the long night, Cecilia, sensing how upset and annoyed her boyfriend was, did not want to say goodbye to him or let him go away like that. So she invited him to accompany her to her apartment, arguing that she did not wish to be alone that night.
Rogério graduale became less tense.
Soon afterward, like a spoiled child, embracing Cecilia, he confessed that he felt jealous seeing so many important people around her. She comforted him by saying that everything was merely part of her work, but that more important to her was the love she felt for him. Aside from Rogerio's silly jealousy, the young woman saw in him a wonderful, loving person, always surrounding her with great affection and complete attention. He was the ideal person with whom any young woman would like to date and share her life. Forgetting his jealousy, lying on the soft sofa, Rogerio exchanged 1,000 vows of love with Cecilia. Whispering in her ear, he confessed that she was the woman of his life and that different thoughts were circling in his mind. He said that he had never thought of committing himself to anyone, but now, with her, he was certainly thinking of something more serious. He confessed that before, when they had begun seeing each other, he had been a little wary, quite worried, and afraid that some surprise might arise. The idea that she might, by chance, become pregnant had frightened him. However, if that were to happen now, he would not mind and would certainly take responsibility for both her and the child. He also commented that he had even thought of inviting her to live together, and, if everything continued to go well, they could make the relationship official with a ceremony. Nestled against him, her head resting on his shoulder and lost in her thoughts, Cecilia remained silent. She sensed that it was not yet time to take on the commitment of marriage, although she dreamed of a home for herself and her beloved. As for children, this was her greatest dream. She would like to have at least 2. She imagined seeing them running from one side to the other and calling her mom, with a loving father by her side. However, Cecilia was aware of her sad reality and already knew that she could not be a mother. According to the doctors, she would never be able to become pregnant, yet Cecilia chose to keep silent about this. With his way of expressing himself, Rogerio was proposing what she most wanted to hear from the lips of a man who truly loved her, regardless of the time or manner in which that long-awaited invitation might come. She perfectly understood his desire to want to spend more time by her side, for it was written in his gaze, in his caresses, and in his special way of wanting her well. Cecilia knew that each person had a special way of expressing themselves and that perhaps, at a not very appropriate moment, Rogerio was proposing what any good young woman would wish for, especially being as kind as he normally was. But now, what would she do? What should her decision be?
What would she answer, Rogério?
She had to answer him something, but no response came to her at that moment. Although she had always carried within her the dream of living beside the person she loved, the proposal had taken her by surprise. Yet Cecilia knew that she could not remain silent for even another minute, Otherwise, Rogerio might think something wrongly. So she turned her face, looked him in the eyes, and with sincerity, replied that his request was a dream for any young woman. She told him that she had not been expecting such an invitation so soon, but that, despite not being prepared, she knew that difficulties could be overcome. In her assessment, before long things would fall into place. With persistence in people, thanks to each being's inner strength, every obstacle gradually becomes surmountable. Then, embracing him again, she confessed that she felt very happy about his request and lovingly accepted it. At that moment, Cecilia was receiving the greatest declaration of love of her life, and, despite her exhaustion, she was very happy by her beloved's side. Yet, as if awakening from a dream of eternal vows of love, suddenly Cecilia became conscious of her work and of the projects she still had to carry out. As a form of consolation, she thought, tomorrow will be a new day, and we will see what can be done to harmonize all of this. And so, lying on Rogerio's arm and feeling the peculiar weariness of that agitated and memorable night, Cecilia, like a child, was overtaken by sleep. Chapter 33. It was not yet 8 o'clock in the morning when the telephone rang. Looking toward where Rogerio should have been lying, she noticed that he had already gotten up and left. Answering the phone, Cecilia heard Raquel on the other end of the line, summoning her to come to the mayor's office. According to the First Lady, the OBCAM staff, before their return trip, were keen to have a conversation with the young entrepreneur. After speaking with Raquel, Cecilia called Virginia. While she was meeting with the representatives of OBCAM, her right-hand woman was to remain in charge of the tasks that morning. Cecilia hurried down the stairs of her building to the street, where the City Hall's official car was already waiting for her. Upon entering the mayor's office, she immediately noticed the improvised circle of chairs around the official desk. Seated there, together with the mayor and the First Lady, were already the members of OBCAM. Greeting everyone, the young woman apologized for the slight delay and, at her friend Raquel's invitation, promptly sat down beside her. Dr. Ivo, opening the meeting, addressed Cecilia and explained that the reason for summoning her was an invitation from the OBCAM delegation. By recommendation and at the request of the young Anselmi, the Organization for the Well-Being of the Needy of the World was inviting her to visit Capharnaum, where Anselmi carried out his work. They wished to begin Cecilia's projects there, projects whose ideas had so quickly been accepted and embraced by a large number of people. Their practical application would be of great value to that country, and her invaluable presence was indispensable in order to convey a better image to the population. This would lend enormous credibility to the dissemination of the project, something essential for such a poor country. At that moment, just as on the previous night, Cecilia was once again taken by surprise. She immediately thought of her boyfriend, but knew she had to focus on the invitation being made. Now she began to feel herself in a far more difficult and delicate situation, because the answer had to be given urgently. On one hand, her personal happiness was at stake. On the other, she was aware that millions of people needed help to eat. But how could she leave her land and her plans right now? Was Cecilia fit and prepared for such an undertaking? After all, as she supposed, her project was only just beginning. Reasoning in a fraction of a second, Cecilia recalled the headlines she had read in the newspapers and how dramatic the situation in Capharnaum was. People barely managed to feed themselves, and hunger affected almost all of the country's inhabitants. Thus, while she remained silent in that city hall room, time seemed to be suspended. She felt very small and quite alone there, as she began to become truly aware of how little she was doing for those who were perishing from hunger. The situation in her own country was quite difficult, but the precarious reality of Capharnaum was indisputable. Respectfully, Cecilia asked those present for some time to put her feet on the ground and think the matter over more carefully. She commented that she could not, from 1 hour to the next, leave and set aside her project, as she needed to put things in order at the institution for which she was responsible. In any case, she very much wanted to help them in the proposed mission, which so greatly needed everyone's help and cooperation. Although not very hopeful, those present were rooting for her to accept and embark on the new and difficult mission. Meanwhile, Cecilia reflected that accepting the invitation would imply another direction for her life. She remembered the serious conversation she had had with her boyfriend and knew that she would have to work out a solution with him for the dilemma she was facing. Between one thought and another, on that occasion Cecilia also showed herself to be quite resolute. She addressed those present and assented favorably, assuring them that she would try, as soon as possible, to organize herself in order to go to Capharnaum. As those present were anxiously awaiting her response, upon hearing that she would accept the mission, they felt their chests empty with relief. After all, it was for a noble cause that everyone held such great expectations. At that moment, some stood up more quickly and immediately began to congratulate and embrace Cecilia. They thanked her and praised her great and kind heart, as well as her goodness and selflessness in sparing no effort to help others, always with her special goodwill. It was then agreed that in the coming days, according to the progress of her work and the arrangement of her replacement at the head of the project, Cecilia would, once everything was settled, contact the members of OBCAM. It was likewise agreed that she would be absent from her country only for a short period of time. Cecilia would begin the project in Capharnaum, put it into practice, and, with its dissemination in the country's media, she would return to Nova Realidade do Rio do Passo. It was also agreed that, according to the needs, she could return to Capharnaum to inspect the project and help with whatever was necessary. As he had long been engaged in the incipient Capharnaum project, although acting there in a different manner, Anselmi was made responsible for resolving the issues related to Cecilia's trip and deciding which places she should visit. In short, everything related to her stay was under his responsibility. Chapter 34. Like his father, Rogerio did not seem to be very curious. As for the white-covered book with the padlock, which would, from afar, draw the attention of anyone who saw it on Cecilia's desk, he did not commit the indiscretion of asking her about its origin or purpose. The book was truly an unusual object, yet Rogerio neither asked nor commented about it. Cecilia even came to suspect that her boyfriend might know something about the book, given his silence and the fact that he was a neighbor of the old mansion. Likewise, although she concluded that this was a foolish thought, she entertained the idea that perhaps he might be behind the whole story. Setting such thoughts aside for a moment, Cecilia remembered that another matter was more important at that time, talking to her boyfriend about her trip to Capharnaum. She would have to inform him of the decision she had made in support of the humanitarian cause. Her assent to the OBCAM group was meant to alleviate the suffering of a people who were excessively needy and forgotten, and for that reason she would not go back on it. Cecilia decided that the following Saturday, at the home of Mr. Alfredo and Mrs. Cluza, she would share her purpose with Rogerio. She would do so even without consulting him beforehand, since the decision had already been made. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she might also talk to her boyfriend about the book and the case of the mysterious man in the photographs, which she sometimes suspected might be nothing more than a figment of her imagination. It was also Cecilia's intention to go alone once again to the old mansion and check whether, just as she had left it, the envelope was still on the table. Resolved, Cecilia thus waited for Saturday to arrive. Chapter 35. Saturday dawned cheerful and sunny from the early morning hours. By mid-afternoon, Cecilia made her way toward her boyfriend's house. From the road, Looking from afar and noticing that there was no one in front of Mr. Alfredo's house, she discreetly continued walking until she reached the entrance of the old mansion. Before passing through the gate, she took a careful look around in search of other people and felt that this was the right opportunity to go in. Thinking she was alone, Cecilia opened the wooden bars of the gate a bit wider and, as the first time, bent her body slightly forward and slipped between the bars to get inside. Walking cautiously, much like a child preparing some mischief, the young woman reached the enormous front door of the mansion. Taking hold of the upper part of the knocker, she struck it 3 times, but no one came to answer. She repeated the action several more times, yet only the echoes of the knocks returned from within the mansion. Then, resolutely, she reached for the old doorknob, turned it, and, just as on the other day, the door opened. With light illuminating part of the room, she stepped in slowly amid the gloom. When she felt she was very close to the enormous table, Cecilia remained motionless, waiting for her eyes to adjust a bit more to the dimness. As soon as she was able to make out the large table more clearly in the darkness, she began to walk toward it. Then, once again running one hand across the tabletop, she felt that the dust was still thick. No longer caring about getting her right hand dirty, she began to feel along the entire surface of the table with both hands in search of the envelope. But nothing. The envelope was no longer on the table. But who could have taken it? Could it have been just a prank by Rogerio? If so, for what reason would he be doing that? However, the person in the photograph had nothing to do with her boyfriend. Moreover, Cecilia was certain that the face was the same one she had seen in the shops and later through the restaurant's window. Most likely, Cecilia supposed, whoever was now in possession of the envelope must have been the same person who had slipped the white envelope under the door of her apartment. But why all this? These events were a mystery to Cecilia, and she could not imagine who would play such a trick. All these thoughts passed through her mind in a split second. Then, feeling a chill run through her body, Cecilia decided to leave the mansion and share the intriguing mystery with her boyfriend. She even imagined that, upon looking for him, Rogerio might say that he had been waiting for her to bring up the subject. Perhaps Rogerio would confess that it was all a tasteless prank, and although she would find no humor in it, she would at least feel more at ease. This time, as she pondered these possibilities, Cecilia, as she turned to return to the door, heard a loud bang behind her, which startled her greatly. Suddenly, the light that illuminated part of the room vanished, and she found herself in the most complete and indescribable darkness. Chapter 36. Unaware of the reason, something or someone had caused the front door to close. Cecilia remained motionless, apprehensive, unable to make out anything amid the total darkness. For a few seconds, she could not distinguish even what was just a few centimeters from her nose. Frightened, she felt an even stronger chill run from her feet to the top of her head. She felt her hair stand on end, and a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Someone had closed the door, and she was trapped inside the dark, old, abandoned mansion. Terrified of what might happen, Cecilia began groping along the walls toward the door, sharpening her senses even more. Those few minutes, as she touched aimlessly in the darkness, seemed like an eternity, but at last she managed to find the exit. In a sudden impulse, frozen by the terror of the unknown, she pushed the doorknob down with all her strength. To her despair, for the first time she felt that the doorknob had not worked, and no matter how much she pushed the door, not the slightest crack appeared. Immediately afterward, she repeated the action several times, lowering the doorknob and pushing the door, but always in vain. Because of the darkness and the immense terror she felt, Cecilia also had the sensation that she was not alone inside the mansion. Gradually and frighteningly, it seemed as though someone was walking toward her. The young woman panicked and began to scream for help, and then, when she had already been overcome by indescribable despair, sobbing, she began to cry. Cecilia knew that, given the geographical distance of the mansion, she had little chance of being heard. In her desperation, however, that truth mattered very little at that moment. Instinctively, as never before in her life, she was releasing, through desperate screams, all the tension that had built up in her soul. Once again, and yet again, while screaming for help, Cecilia desperately raised and lowered the doorknob. Suddenly, as if by a miracle, the doorknob worked and the door gave way. Still half blinded by the sunlight that met her eyes, Cecilia threw herself out through the door. However, when she thought everything was finally all right, another fright awaited her in the street. Against the brightness and amid the shadows, she glimpsed the silhouette of a man standing before her. At that, more like a moan, an appalling scream escaped her mouth. Then, from the man's throat came a thunderous burst of laughter, and as her vision gradually adjusted, she recognized the face of her boyfriend. Seizing the opportunity, Rogerio was playing an extremely bad taste prank on the young woman. When she realized what was happening, Cecilia, exasperated as she was and already crying in Rogerio's arms, began hitting him with all her strength. With her hands clenched, she struck his chest again and again, while tears streamed from her eyes and soaked his shirt. This was a side of Rogerio she did not know. She neither understood nor accepted what he had done to her. She asked herself, how could he, being my boyfriend, play such a bad taste joke on me? Chapter 37. That night, Cecilia opened her heart and told everything about the envelope incident, the photographs, and her entry into the mansion at number 556. She spoke about the book with the padlock and about the return of one of the photos, which had come inside a white envelope slipped under her door. Like her, Rogerio was quite intrigued by what he heard from his girlfriend. He thought, how could someone have revealed those photos, written the Belvedere address on the envelope, and even gone to retrieve them from the mansion, and then returned one photograph to Cecilia? The story, to say the least, was very strange. As for the other matter, to which Cecilia had already committed herself, she intended to approach it with her boyfriend more cautiously. She knew she would have to introduce the subject gently, otherwise, her words would frighten and exasperate him. Thus, she began by asking how things were going at his job and, as the conversation continued, asked whether he might like to help her with her project. Since her group needed many more people, his presence would be most welcome. Finally, Cecilia told him details about the arrival of the OBCAM delegation and also spoke about the difficult situation of the population of Cafarnian. Then, once she had prepared the ground, she gathered her courage and invited him to take on an international post. They could both go to Cafarnian simply to initiate a project similar to the one she was already carrying out in Nova Realidade do Rio do Pauso. Silent and attentive, Rogerio gave his girlfriend no immediate reply. But Cecilia could not help noticing a slight furrowing of his brow, which was not a good sign. Suddenly breaking his silence, Rogerio began to confess what was gnawing at his innermost thoughts. He said that after the day he had proposed that they take on something more serious, he had considered asking Cecilia to give up her philanthropic work. Perhaps she might look for an occupation that took up less time and allowed her to stay closer to him. Cecilia was not prepared to hear such a suggestion and was caught not only by surprise, but almost haunted by those words. She could never have imagined that her boyfriend would say such a thing, which left her completely disconcerted. She had thought that the two of them could walk together in the same direction, continuing her project of assisting the needy in another country. However, her boyfriend thought exactly the opposite. He wanted her to stop everything, to stand still in time, to do nothing more than lead a monotonous little life from home to work and from work back home. Rogerio wanted her to choose a job that gave her no pleasure, period. So Cecilia decided to lay her cards on the table and make her decision known. Without mincing words, the young woman said that Raquel had summoned her to a meeting at City Hall and that she had already confirmed to the OBCAM delegation her trip to Capharnian, where she would help them implement the humanitarian project. At her powerful words, Cecilia noticed that Rogerio suddenly turned pale. Silent as he was, her boyfriend said nothing further about his ideas regarding Cecilia's future. With his head lowered, Rogerio remained that way for some time beside Cecilia, not hiding his lost gaze fixed on the floor. Then, as if he had thought of some alternative, he unexpectedly raised his head and remarked that he would return the following day. He said goodbye to Cecilia and wished her good night, kissing her on the forehead. Cecilia sensed that the situation was not good. However, since they would talk things over more thoroughly the next day, there was still the possibility that they might set things straight. With nothing more to discuss at that hour, both went to bed to let their ideas mature. Chapter 38. For hours, the small plane had been flying over that inhospitable and desolate landscape. Seated in one of the seats, apprehensive and fearful, Cecilia held and lightly squeezed her passport. It was only at the time of boarding that she had, to her surprise, noticed a new photograph in her possession. This new photo was another of those she had left in the envelope on the table of the old mansion. The image showed a small airplane, similar to the one she was traveling in, landed in the desert. She could not understand how such a photograph had ended up inside yet another white envelope among her travel documents. Now, already far from home, the mystery seemed to be following her and only growing. She could not imagine who, nor the reason why someone would do all this to her. While she pondered the mystery that surrounded her, the small plane flew through an area of instability, and the jolts followed one another disastrously, leaving her increasingly uneasy. However, as soon as the flight returned to normal, Cecilia looked out through the plane's small window, and all she could see below was a vast, golden desert. In fact, in whatever direction she looked, she saw nothing but desert upon desert. On a few occasions, she saw one or another small town over which the plane passed. The immensity of sand her eyes beheld ranged from a whitish tone to a golden color, and, parallel to the monotony of the desert, time itself seemed not to pass inside the aircraft. As precarious as she imagined the place where she would be staying might be, she could hardly wait to arrive. In any case, as Cecilia had confided to Anselmi, she already had some idea of what she would find in Capharnian, which, at that moment, mattered little to her, for what she truly wanted was simply to get off the plane. With Rogerio, things had ended up becoming quite difficult. After that strange night and several other encounters, her boyfriend remained unyielding in what he thought and went even further. "If you go ahead with this trip of yours, you'll never need to look for me again." It was at that moment that their relationship came to an end. Cecilia had fought the whole time against the dissolution of their union, unwilling for such a special relationship to end in that way. In every possible manner, she tried to make him understand that they would not be apart for long, since she would soon return. To reinforce her arguments, she also remarked that she was not going to the end of the world, wherever such a place might be found. At any time, he could take some time off and go visit her. However, all of Cecilia's words were in vain. Under no circumstances did her boyfriend accept that she should undertake such a journey and be away from him, even for so short a time. And it was without listening to Cecilia's words or her promise of a brief return that Rogerio, sulky, resentful, and indignant, said goodbye to the young woman. On that occasion, he did not even grant his girlfriend a farewell kiss. Leaving everything behind and focusing on her adventure toward the unknown, Cecilia departed deeply sad, very hurt, and without the support of the one she cared for so much. She had not expected that her boyfriend, who had once asked her to marry him, would disregard her work that was as important to her as it was to countless people in need. In her heart, however, she still held the hope that Rogerio would miss her and accept her upon her return. Only the future would provide the answer. Chapter 39. The sun was beginning to sink on the horizon when Anselmi pulled her out of her thoughts. He pointed in a certain direction to show that they were already arriving. Despite her vision being dazzled by the sun, close to the line of the horizon, it was possible to glimpse a small settlement with countless tents. It was like an island in the midst of the arid desert, and within that vastness, little by little as they drew nearer, the settlement became distinguishable. For a moment, as if awakening from a dream, Cecilia became aware of the strange and different course she was giving to her life. Coming to her senses, it seemed she was committing one of the greatest follies of her life. How could she have abandoned her homeland, her comforts, her parents, her friends, her boyfriend, and all her dreams, including that of having her own family, her own home, and children, even if adopted? Now everything was following a very different road, going against all that she had planned for so long, even considering only her dreams and unconscious desires. She remembered the other young women her age and the few friends who had always been so close to her, though they thought differently. They wanted to go out at night to have fun and went to the beach almost every day of the summer. Of course, she had done much of that as well, but she had always concerned herself with other things beyond mere entertainment. She recalled that when she boarded the plane, some friends stayed behind at the airport, biting their nails with envy in the good sense, of course. This was due to what she was accomplishing, the adventure she was beginning, and even more so to traveling in the company of that elegant and attentive young man. Even as Cecilia was about to place her feet on the small steps to board the plane, Anselmi was already there ahead of her, extending his hands, taking hers and gently leading her alongside him. With his arm linked in hers, Anselmi accompanied her to the plane's door. Before boarding, however, Cecilia paused briefly to wave to her friends, who, jealous, had not missed a single detail of the scene. At the top of the stairs, with a slight and affectionate wave, she bade them farewell. Of course, deep down, her friends knew very little about the difficult task Cecilia would undertake in Capharnaum. One must make allowance for that. With small jolts, the plane began to lose altitude, and this pulled Cecilia out of her memories. The closer they came to landing, the more the aircraft trembled. Already accustomed to landings of this sort, Anselmi remained quite calm, while Cecilia was very pale and nervous. Sensing that she was not very well, Anselmi tried to calm her with measured, steady, and gentle words. Suddenly, there was another jolt as the plane finally touched the ground with its wheels. Frightened, Cecilia instinctively clutched Anselmi's arm tightly. Trying to calm her and make her feel safe, he put his arm over her shoulders to shelter her in his affection. And so, clinging to him, Cecilia remained until the aircraft came to a stop. Although she was still frightened, Cecilia felt in the young man a sense of security she had never experienced before. As for Anselmi, as soon as he touched her, if someone had noticed his expression, they would have seen an unmistakable radiance. Another man seemed to emerge on his face, awakening in him a new motivation for life. Even though he realized it was merely a gesture of someone seeking protection, that contact made him see not only a selfless person, willing to give herself to her work, but also a fragile woman who, frightened and cornered, had turned to him in his arms. Chapter 40. As they disembarked, Cecilia noticed a silhouette in the distance. From the reflection of a flash, she assumed the silhouette belonged to whoever was photographing them, which made her remember the photo that had recently been slipped in among her documents. Agile and helpful, Anselmi arranged the luggage in the rear of the Jeep that was already waiting for them. Taking Cecilia by the hand, he led her to the vehicle and helped her take a seat in the front passenger seat. Climbing in on the other side, he turned the key and drove off. It did not take long for them to reach the village. There, after being received by the person in charge, Cecilia was taken to lodging quite far from the center of the village. At that point, she would have no contact with the large crowds, much less with the hardships and the poor of the country. In this way, they ensured that she would be accommodated in the best possible manner, with no chance of being bothered or harassed in any way. Cecilia had noticed that ever since she arrived, everyone treated her in a special manner, differently from the treatment given to others. So she insisted that her tent be set up closer to the village, and after some reluctance on the part of the hosts, her request was granted. The location was still relatively outside the village, but she ended up being installed in a large tent. As she had already imagined, she would not have the comfort of her home. Within the circumstances, however, the place was rather spacious and quite cozy. In her view, perhaps overly optimistic, she felt there was a certain snugness there, provided by a large mosquito net that descended from the ceiling and surrounded her bed. It is worth noting that the floor was almost entirely covered with huge, soft, colorful rugs, making it a delight for her to walk barefoot. The tent was divided into two parts. One was her bedroom, while the other served as a living room and kitchen. In the center there was a small table, and on one side there was a wardrobe-like cabinet and a shelving unit where personal items could be placed. In one of the corners there was a large hammock, beneath which lay a thick rug. To tell the truth, judging by what she had seen and read in the newspapers, Cecilia had not been expecting so many comforts in that place. At times, she had the feeling of taking part in scenes from films she had seen in movie theaters. It seemed that various mysterious characters, even while living in remote places far from modern resources, enjoyed a certain refinement and comfort. In her tent, she noticed that on a small table there was a bowl with some fruit, with two chairs around it. Beneath the bowl, there was a small white envelope very similar to those she had received on other occasions, which immediately put her on alert. Off to one side, some magazines were stacked, and in the center there were two glasses and a water jug. Turning her gaze to the passage that served as the entrance, Cecilia noticed that Anselmi, with the help of some porters, had carefully arranged her luggage near the curtain. Walking back and forth, Cecilia paused from time to time to observe every detail of the tent and the surrounding environment, for everything in those parts was new to her. Having not forgotten and no longer able to resist her curiosity, she went to the fruit bowl and removed the envelope from beneath it, opening it next. The surprise was no longer so overwhelming, as this was the third time she had received the mysterious photos. In the photographs she now saw, two people were standing with their backs turned, somewhat distant from each other. One was a man who appeared to be black, and, judging by the rounded body shape, there was a woman who was not very tall. Discreetly, not wanting to burden her mind with further concerns, Cecilia took the envelope with the photo and put it away with the others she already had, trying to forget the incident in a foreign land. Chapter 41. Night had not yet fallen when Cecilia felt a light breeze beginning to blow. As it entered through the opening of her dwelling, the lash of the wind made the thin, slightly transparent fabric of the curtain sway. Growing ever stronger, the breeze struck against the curtain, and with its movement more light poured into the interior of the tent. Drawn by the faint light outside, Cecilia slowly walked toward one of the openings. Even though the curtains were not fully open, through the folds of fabric and the narrow gaps between them, the young woman was able to see a small oasis with several native plants. Cecilia noticed that among those not very dense trees, some rose much higher than the others. She ventured, in thought, that these could only be palm trees, for their trunks were not very thick. Through sparse shrubs and amid all the greenery of the trees, she also glimpsed a small lake lost among the scant vegetation. Reflected in its waters, she saw the blue of the sky, partly shaded by small, scattered clouds. It was possible to gain a clear impression of the purity of the water, for through the reflections its clarity was undeniable. At that hour of dusk, the place was deserted. There was not a living soul by its edge or anywhere nearby. Looking toward the horizon, Cecilia noticed that the sun was beginning to set. She knew night would soon arrive, and there, in a place so far from home, she felt a melancholy spread through her entire being. Standing there, as she had never felt before, she began to hear the mute sound of silence. She felt as though she were in another world, lost within herself. And, enraptured by the exotic and rare beauty she glimpsed through the opening, Cecilia remained there for a long time, transfixed. She only came back to herself when night had already fallen, and she felt herself lightly and gently touched on one shoulder by Anselmi's fingers. Accustomed to moving like a shadow, he had approached her without her noticing. As if sensing that contact, she had already imagined that such a light and gentle brush of fingers could only have come from Anselmi. That soft touch, the foreboding of his presence, the magic of watching the sunset, and the gentle fall of night left her intoxicated, drunk on the different and exotic moments that flooded her inner being. She felt light, free in the air. Her entire body breathed in that different, warm softness, making her live in a parallel, magical world. She felt as though she were levitating a few inches above the ground, in a dizzying float. For no reason she could explain, this was how she found herself after Anselmi's touch. For the first time, standing face to face with the young man, feeling his eyes fixed on hers, Cecilia let slip only a delicate smile. Without uttering a word, she remained that way for some time. In that instant, she felt a strange energy and a strong, invisible radiance emanating from him. She saw him, in a way, for the first time. As she studied his features, she saw a proud and lively young man. She could not, however, explain to herself why his presence stirred her emotions so deeply, and so a sudden, unfounded fear came over her. He had noticed her abrupt change. Cecilia felt a slight flush burning her cheeks, which might give Anselmi ideas about something happening within her. Yet she herself could not explain what was going on. Certainly, through her blushing something had been revealed to him, but until that moment Cecilia had not found the answer. Face to face, they remained there, standing still for a few moments. That time seemed like an eternity to her, leaving her ill at ease. Anselmi, coming back to himself and trying to break the silence, took the initiative to speak and murmured something to her. Still somewhat suspended above the ground, Cecilia did not even hear the few words he uttered, nor did any subject come to her mind. As for Anselmi, he could not find a reason that might explain his manner or why he had touched her as he had. Thus, thinking that such words would put an end to the muteness between them, Anselmi, quite awkwardly, asked whether she was enjoying admiring the landscape. Cecilia, still not fully recovered from the strange sensation she had felt, nodded affirmatively as she replied, "Yes, the place is beautiful, and I have never been anywhere so different and exotic." She added that she had thought places like that no longer existed, having seen them only in films at the cinema. The tent in which Cecilia had been installed was reserved for few people, usually important visitors or members of more noble families, representatives of the country's ancient lineage. Whenever necessary, she was promptly attended by servants ready to assist her. For the first time in her life, Cecilia felt like a queen. Chapter 42. Fixing his gaze on Cecilia, Anselmi noticed that her cheeks were a little pale and invited her to sit down. He thought she must already be somewhat hungry and quite exhausted from the long journey. Walking toward the interior of the dwelling, Anselmi extended one hand toward the hammock that was stretched out and suggested that she relax there for a few moments. Meanwhile, asking her leave and stepping out through the tent's doorway, he would arrange for the meal. A little later, after resting in the hammock, Cecilia noticed the sound of clapping through the entrance. It was the servants announcing themselves and entering, who, judging by the garments they wore, seemed more like they had come to serve important authorities, perhaps even those lodged in other tents. One of the servants, the first to appear, bowed discreetly to waist height, this being a local custom. After making the bow, he went to the four corners of the tent, where small torches stood, and lit them. With that, a soft and romantic light, evenly and discreetly distributed, filled the rustic dwelling. Then, returning to the opening of the tent through which he had entered, the servant took up a firm, upright stance and clapped his hands 3 times again, and the other servants entered. Without looking at her or uttering a word, as if they were true automatons, they went to the center of the tent, where a small, low table stood, and covered it with a pure white tablecloth, which seemed to be handmade, embroidered by skilled artisans. They then began to arrange on the table various fruits quite different from those Cecilia was accustomed to eating in her homeland. Among so many, she could identify only a few. In addition, the servants also placed on the table different juices and small jugs of white, red, and rose wines. After the table had been completely set, the servants remained standing beside it, as if awaiting something. Then the servant who had stayed motionless by the entrance clapped his hands 3 times once more, signaling the others to move toward the exit and disappear into the dense darkness. After that, turning again to make another bow, the one in charge of the service, without uttering a single word, withdrew backward and also vanished into the night. Cecilia, lying in the hammock, remained there a while longer. Somewhat undecided, not knowing whether or not she should go to the table, she decided to rest a bit more and wait. As this was her first experience in such a distant and different land, she was completely unfamiliar with local customs, and it was prudent to delay her decisions. In any case, she would soon go to the table to ease her hunger. Not long afterward, as if coming to rescue, Anselmi entered the tent after clapping his hands 3 or 4 times. Seeing her still lying in the hammock, he asked whether she was not hungry or whether the meal did not please her. Shaking her head, Cecilia replied that the food looked excellent and that she would eat shortly. Anselmi tenderly extended his hands to her and, somewhat shy, awkward, and finding no way to evade such an excess of kindness, Cecilia offered hers as well and, leaning on his hands, climbed down from the hammock and followed him to the small table. She approached it a little hesitantly, for she noticed that there was no chair around the table where she might sit. If there had been one, in any case, it would have mattered little, for the table was far too low for any conventional chair. Already accustomed to local customs and sensing the foreigner's hesitation, Anselmi explained that it was necessary to sit on the rug and cross one's legs. Cecilia, flattered by his polite intervention, thanked him with a gentle smile and invited him to share the appetizing meal with her. Anselmi replied that another day, with the greatest pleasure, he would keep the young woman company, but that he was unable to do so at that moment. He needed to go elsewhere to present a report on his journey to the local president of Obcam, who was already waiting to receive the document in person. Then, stepping a little closer to Cecilia, he again extended his hands, and even though she felt hesitant, the young woman extended hers as well. Taking them and holding them between his affectionate hands, Anselmi gently kissed them and thanked her for her great willingness to help such a needy people. Cecilia, a bit embarrassed, replied that there was no need to thank her for that, because such humanitarian work was her duty. Anselmi said goodbye and promised to seek her out the next morning to inform her how the work would proceed. After meeting with the president that night, he would have more details to better inform her. Alone in that cozy tent, seated on a soft and comfortable rug, Cecilia remained there savoring the delicious fruits that had been served to her. Unaccustomed to sitting cross-legged, she soon began to feel a slight numbness, which forced her to stand up. Walking back and forth, she continued to enjoy the fruits of the region, whose names she did not even know. Although quite distracted, at a certain moment she heard someone speaking softly outside the tent, though what she heard was only a faint murmur. Sharpening her hearing even more, she tiptoed toward the rear passage and partially opened the fabric that served as a curtain. Through the gap, Cecilia could observe that night had already deepened and there were no longer any traces of the sun on the horizon. From the location of her dwelling, through the opening that served as the tent's door, she had an excellent view of the oasis. At that hour, the oasis lay under a moderate penumbra, yet it was clearly visible due to the growing moonlight, which was beginning to cast its rays over the vast desert. The sound of the voices reached her like a soft, sweet whisper. At times it ceased, at others, it grew a little louder. From where she stood, however, Cecilia could not identify where the sound was coming from or who was speaking. The light shading of the shrubs surrounding the lake prevented a clear view, so she contented herself with seeing a few silhouettes amid the darkness of the night. After a while, since the tone of the voices was gentle and soft, she realized that a woman was speaking with a man. Yet, no matter how much she listened and strained her ears, she could understand almost nothing. Returning a little farther into the tent, she tried to forget the soft murmurs of the conversation and, without realizing it, forgot everything within a few minutes. Chapter 43. A good deal of time had already passed, but because she was far from home and unfamiliar with Capharnaum, Cecilia was unable to fall asleep. Going to the rear passage, she once again slightly parted a discreet section of the curtain and saw that the moon was already quite high, illuminating the small oasis more intensely. Silence reigned over the surroundings, but in the distance, as a murmur carried by the breeze, she heard the melodious and melancholic sound of an oboe. The sound reached her ears whenever the wind blew, from time to time. Even though she was barefoot, Cecilia, taking small, light steps along the passage that gave access to the sparse woodland around the lake, observed everything as if drawn toward the mysterious oasis. Near the lake, she saw the moon reflected on the surface of the water, and, up above in the sky, solitary as it alone could be, it seemed to watch everything below. Cecilia remembered her camera, which was packed away in her suitcase. She thought she might take a beautiful photograph at that moment, but, as if to console her, there would be other opportunities for that. Silently, stepping on the sand that was still somewhat warm, she soon reached the edge of the lake. Seeing it so close, she also noticed the reflections of the taller palm trees. Unable to resist, she sat down on the shore and submerged part of her feet. She played with her heels, moving them back and forth against the fine sand, finally placing them entirely beneath the surface of the water. Suddenly, a gentle breeze began to blow in her direction, and once again the sound of the melodious oboe reached her ears. For a moment, closing her eyes and feeling the magic of that instant, Cecilia felt free, as if lightly floating in the air. She then thought that this place could be compared to the Garden of Eden, if it were not for the stark poverty that existed there. The silence and peace that reigned there were suddenly broken by soft murmurs of voices, very similar to those she had heard before. Cecilia remained seated and motionless, and little by little the murmurs began to fade, but the voices grew even louder and clearer. She was now certain that there was a woman and a man there, and that they were coming toward the lake, close to where she had been sitting. Silently, trying not to make the slightest sound, Cecilia removed her feet from the water and, fearing that her presence might disturb some resident of the village, instinctively and quickly hid behind some bushes. Very still in her hiding place, Cecilia waited, knowing she could calmly return to her tent as soon as the couple left. It did not take long for Cecilia to notice that a young man and a young woman were approaching the edge of the lake. Even in the dim light, she could see that both were half naked. Although she could not clearly make out his features, she assumed the man was no more than 30 years old. Of good height, with broad shoulders and an athletic build, apparently quite healthy, his only garment was a tunic wrapped around his waist. She had long black hair falling over her shoulders, and her medium-sized breasts were firm and pointed. Her body was slender and sculptural, and her dark, well-shaped legs harmoniously contrasted with her well-formed hips and buttocks. These, though not abundantly full, were medium-sized and firm, doing justice to her beautiful and well-proportioned physique. The two reached the edge of the lake and, without the slightest suspicion that someone might be watching them, slowly, relaxed and hand in hand, began to enter the water while kissing each other. He turned around and ended up placing his back against the water, delicately taking her long hair and separating the strands into two parts. He passed them over her shoulders and brought them forward, causing the long locks to cover her breasts. Then, pulling the woman closer, he began, while she remained with her back to him, to tenderly kiss her neck. This made her press her back even more firmly against his chest and, of course, her buttocks even more so. At that, she began to rub her buttocks frenetically against her partner's penis. Despite the pleasant and intense sensation that this caress caused in both of them, she began to feel ticklish on her neck and, to keep from bursting into laughter, she twisted forward. Meanwhile, for a long while, her buttocks remained pressed against the concavity of his body. Then, cupping his hands together, he began to gather water and let it run from her neck down to her buttocks, which seemed almost fused to him. In turn, she could not help but reciprocate the many delicious caresses she was receiving. Watching these scenes with the utmost curiosity, without missing a single detail, Cecilia feared being discovered by the couple. To her relief, however, the two came out of the water and returned the way they had come. Within a few seconds, the murmurs of the lovers could no longer be heard, and she was able to leave her precarious hiding place. Cecilia felt even lonelier after witnessing the couple's affectionate encounter, while at the same time she felt relieved at not having been discovered. Slightly parting the curtain at the entrance of the tent, the young woman headed toward the bed and sat on its edge. Letting herself fall backward, she sank into a well-deserved rest and let out a sigh of relief. And thus her first day in Capharnaum came to an end. Judging by what she had witnessed moments earlier, events in that country would prove to be quite different from what she was accustomed to experiencing. In her young life, Cecilia had never before witnessed such heated scenes so closely and in person. Chapter 44. She lifted her body from the bed and, looking at her feet and legs, saw that they were covered with grains of sand. Even while seated, she raised her dress and left a generous part of her thighs exposed. Beneath the delicate fabric of her transparent garment, her thighs took on an added beauty. She had put on the sheer dress shortly before going to the oasis, in an attempt to ease the intense heat of the night. With part of her body hanging off the bed, Cecilia began to slide her hands along her well-shaped legs, letting them move down to her feet. In doing so, the excess sand came off her skin and spread across the floor. Suddenly, she heard a soft ahem, as if someone wished to draw her attention. Slightly startled, for she now knew she was not alone, she stood up fully and noticed that Anselmi was standing a short distance away. He had arrived only a short while earlier and, imagining that she had gone out for a nighttime walk through the oasis, he had not wished to disturb her. He reasoned that it would be better to leave her alone and at ease, and so he decided to sit and wait for her. As soon as she realized that it was Anselmi who was there, a smile lit up Cecilia's face, and she went over to the young man. Noticing her warm reception, he too went to meet her and took her hands, a gesture that had already become habitual between them. Anselmi said that the meeting had ended earlier than expected and that, noticing the tent was quite bright, he decided to stop by to talk a little more, since, despite being somewhat tired from the journey, he still felt wide awake. Seeing the light in the tent and knowing that she did not yet know anyone in the village, he assumed she was awake and wanted to keep her some company. Showing how pleased she was to have him there, Cecilia said that he had arrived at just the right time, because despite the long trip, she too was not sleepy. Then, withdrawing her hands from his, she ended up sitting near where he was. Before long, Anselmi filled Cecilia in on the main plans he had outlined with the president of Obcam and on how the two of them would act over the coming days. Although she was eager to begin the work, at that moment Cecilia realized that she had offered Anselmi nothing. Looking around, she wanted to offer him something to drink and noticed that she did not have all the options that had been served to her. Besides water, all she had was wine, since she had already drunk the juices. A little embarrassed, she asked him whether he would like to have some wine while they talked. By the gentle, gracious, and kind way in which she offered the drink, he immediately agreed with an affirmative nod of his head. Then Anselmi said he would be very happy to raise a toast to her presence in Capharnaum. Cecilia went over to the small table and picked up the wine jug. Somewhat awkward, having little experience with serving wine, she was promptly assisted by Anselmi. Going to her, he delicately took the jug from her hands and asked permission to handle it. He opened it with ease, clearly already familiar with the procedure. Then the two of them went in search of glasses, but found only one. Smiling, they agreed that such an unforeseen detail would not prevent them from drinking and toasting. They decided that each would take turns drinking, and that neither could blame the other for drinking more. After this remark, both burst into laughter. Anselmi explained that the wine was made from grapes harvested right there, although the planting of the vines had begun only recently. He told her that the planting had been his own initiative and that he had been heavily criticized when he tried to convince others of the value of the venture. Asking permission, Anselmi poured the wine and together with Cecilia, raised the glass above their heads. Smiling, they both toasted Cecilia's presence. She, although not very accustomed to drinking and knowing almost nothing about wines, felt the taste to be like that of juice. Carefully made, the wine was pure and free of chemical components. As the two of them savored the flavorful nectar, the conversation became increasingly lively and pleasant. Owing to the effect of the good wine and the good understanding between them, one could say, if someone happened to see them, that they had known each other for a long time. Cecilia was already feeling quite at ease beside Anselmi and, when alone with him, recognized him as a friendly person who inspired trust and security. Even feeling removed from the world, probably because of the delicious wine and the new experiences she was living, Cecilia felt as though she were starring in scenes from a film whose setting was different and exotic. Seeing her perspire, Anselmi invited her to leave the tent to enjoy the moonlit night. Already lightly enthused, Cecilia agreed to the outing without hesitation. Anselmi picked up one of the smaller rugs and, extending one of his hands toward her, they left the tent hand in hand. Once outside, Anselmi released her hand and began to shake the rug, scattering grains of sand in all directions. Spreading it out near the entrance of the dwelling, from where there was an excellent view, access to the oasis was made quite easy. The moon was already high, and the romantic atmosphere only intensified. Facing one another and feeling the magic of the moment, both half-lying and propped on their elbows, they sighed and forgot the world. Losing track of time, Anselmi poured another serving of wine and offered the glass to Cecilia. Taking it from his hands, smiling and happy, she once again took a renewed sip of the magical nectar. Then, as if by enchantment, as though it had been arranged, the gentle breeze softly carried to their ears the melodious murmur of the oboe. Even more hushed by this unexpected event and by the magic of their mutual gaze, alone in the silence of the night, the melodious music was the only sound daring to break the calm of the desert. With a glass of wine in her hand, Cecilia returned it to Anselmi. As he took it from her, with his free hand he held one of hers. And hand in hand they remained there, motionless and silent, listening to the melodious oboe. Not fully understanding why she continued to let her hand rest in his, and feeling no discomfort from that contact, she did not dare change her position. The melodious sound of the oboe, at times almost inaudible, completed the atmosphere that hovered between Cecilia and Anselmi. Carried away and gazing into each other's eyes, they slowly drew closer. Very close now, already feeling the warm, gentle breath of the other, they continued to look at one another until they could no longer resist. Supporting himself better on one hand, Anselmi placed the other around Cecilia's neck and pulled her toward him. Cecilia offered no resistance to the caress and slowly parted her lips, offering them to Anselmi. With a long, tender kiss, richly infused with intense passion, he returned it in the same way. Anselmi shifted his body slightly to the side and pulled Cecilia closer, supporting her on his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. They remained very close, feeling the warmth emanating from one another, listening to the uneven beating of their hearts. As if she were living a dream and stubbornly refusing to wake up and return to reality, Cecilia noticed that Anselmi offered her another glass of wine. Lifting her head and taking the glass, she took another sip and returned it. After draining the rest of its contents, he set it aside and pressed the base of the glass into the warm sand. The two continued lying side by side. Then, as he always did, Anselmi took her hands in his and tenderly kissed them. Cecilia looked into his eyes, drew her face closer, and, while nestling her body against his, gently and languidly offered her lips. The landscape seemed to spin at that moment, and of all that might have seemed important, nothing was greater than the magical moment of mutual discovery. Time grew short, and the moon was already lower on the horizon. Part of the moonlight was beginning to hide behind the tent, casting shade over the nestled couple. Enraptured in the sweet magic of their encounter, Cecilia and Anselmi stubbornly refused to part, wishing to preserve their tender romance forever. The gentle desert breeze gradually began to feel colder, and there was nothing more the nestled, affectionate couple could do to remain there. Slowly, they stood up and entered the tent through the small opening in the curtain. Embracing Anselmi, Cecilia, as if hoping he would ask to stay with her, remained pressed against his chest. But Anselmi, as though beginning to wake up and changing his tone of voice and expression, reminded her of the commitments they had the following day. Then, holding her even tighter against him, he kissed her at length and said goodbye. As soon as Anselmi left, Cecilia brought her hands to her face and kept her cheeks cupped in her palms for a few seconds, as if waking from a dream. Then, throwing herself onto the soft mattress of the bed, without undressing or changing her clothes, she fell into a gentle and wonderful sleep. Hours later, feeling the sunlight invading the tent, Cecilia awoke. Strangely, she still had the sensation that she was dreaming. Chapter 45. Upon getting up in the morning, Cecilia quickly got dressed and went on alert when she heard movement outside the tent. Parting the curtain that served as a door, she saw a man working a short distance away, though close to a lodging much larger than her own. The man was dressed in long garments that covered him from feet to neck, and he wore a turban wrapped around his head, just like the ones she had so often seen on television or in movies. She stood watching him, and only after looking more closely did she realize that it was Anselmi dressed that way, in the style of the villagers. He was loading some canvas bags and a medium-sized wicker basket onto a jeep. With no other option and not knowing where to begin her duties for the day, Cecilia went outside and approached Anselmi. When he saw her, after pausing briefly in what he was doing, Anselmi smiled, greeted her, and wished her good morning. She remained standing beside the jeep, unsure of what to do, while he, without saying a word, went on with his tasks. After some time, noticing that he had finished, Cecilia asked him what they would do first that day. Saying nothing and having no time to answer, he returned to the interior of the large tent and came back out with a bundle. Handing it to her, he politely asked her to change clothes, explaining that what he was giving her were garments more appropriate to wear among the villagers. Taken by surprise, Cecilia argued that she felt perfectly fine in her own clothes and showed little fondness for those garments. But as Anselmi insisted strongly, she did not offer much resistance and went to change. To reassure her, he promised that later he would explain the real meaning of his request. Already inside the tent, Cecilia, at once reluctant yet unwilling to go against Anselmi or the local customs, ended up changing her clothes. Quite awkward and feeling somewhat clumsy, dressed in that strange outfit that covered her from feet to neck, she could not avoid stepping outside the dwelling. Very suspicious of herself, she began walking a little faster than usual toward the jeep. Seeing her approach, Anselmi averted his gaze and observed her from the corner of his eye, fearing she might feel even more embarrassed. Even trying to restrain himself, he could not hide a frank smile, revealing his very white teeth. Dressed in clothing completely different from what she was used to wearing, Cecilia felt like a very different person, almost strange. At that moment, her impression was that she was like a little fish trying to swim out of water. With a pleasant gesture and not wanting to embarrass her further, Anselmi waved his hand and invited her to climb into the jeep. Still quite suspicious and flustered, Cecilia was momentarily relieved to sense that Anselmi did not seem to notice her in those clothes, as he continued his work. Then, like a child who realizes no one is watching, she began to accept the idea of changing clothes, which at first had been proposed to her almost as an imposition. Still not knowing what they would do next or what exactly her mission for the day would be, Cecilia, in response to Anselmi's invitation, extended one of her hands, and he helped her settle into the passenger seat. Walking around and getting into the jeep, Anselmi took the driver's seat and started the engine. Finally, after so much waiting, he commented that from that point on he would go over the entire schedule for the day. They set off with the vehicle jolting along a poorly defined, rudimentary road, with sand and more sand lining the way and under a sun that was already beginning to beat down. Little by little they left the village behind. Anselmi explained that he would show her the surrounding geography and talk about the customs and the situation of the settlement. They traveled and chatted animatedly for hours. Cecilia asked many questions and wanted to know everything about what she saw along the way. She showed curiosity and wished to learn about the peculiarities of those people who struggled to live amid the immensity of the desert. From a geographical standpoint, there was nothing but sand, sun, and many sand dunes to be seen. The desert seemed endless, something that even frightened the young Cecilia a little. After driving for quite some time, Anselmi slowed down and, as if recognizing the place, turned the steering wheel to the left and drove on slowly for a bit longer. Spotting a location that seemed quite familiar to him, he drove the jeep there and parked it among some not very high hills. To Cecilia's surprise, there were several lush, green trees there amid the vast desert. Still inside the jeep, Anselmi explained that in that region there was hidden among the hills, one of the few sources of life in his country. There, among some rocks, for reasons unknown and by some whim of Mother Nature, there was a very rare spring of water, with a few others scattered at rare points throughout the region. Even in the face of great resistance from the older and more conservative inhabitants, he had managed, with resources donated by people of goodwill, to channel part of the water and carry it many kilometers away. This quenched the thirst of some villagers, and new plantings were made. The surplus could be stored and all the water recycled, which in the past had been lost to waste. Through this work, he had managed to greatly reduce his people's needs, enabling some crops to be planted in sterile land. Now, miraculously, irrigated with recycled water, several good quality fruits were already being offered to their children. Before arriving there, Cecilia and Anselmi had passed through several villages, and she had noticed that misery was great everywhere. For that reason, starting a project like the one she had begun in her own city was truly very difficult, but being courageous and enterprising, it was not impossible. For the common good, something had to be started immediately. Reflecting on the problems of Capharnaum, Cecilia remembered the abundance of food and water in her own country. There would certainly be a way to do something, at least to solve part of the local problems. Later on, what was left over in her homeland could be brought there. Determined, she and Anselmi would have to find an urgent solution to Capharnaum's situation. While Cecilia walked around the area, circling the spring that poured forth clear, transparent water, she saw that, as if by a miracle, the water flowed through fissures among a few limestone rocks. Without her noticing, Anselmi had taken the wicker basket and the canvas bag from the jeep. At the far end, not far from where the spring emerged, there were several green trees offering pleasant, inviting shade. Opening the canvas bag, he removed a large, thick rug and spread it beneath the trees, then laid a large white linen cloth over the unrolled rug. The cloth was certainly handmade, like almost everything that existed there. After some time, Cecilia, lost in her musings and admiring the local nature, realized that she had forgotten about Anselmi. Turning her gaze back in his direction, she almost could not believe what her eyes saw. The scene unfolding before her once again reminded her of the stories from fairy tale books and romantic films she had seen in the cinema. For a long time, even while awake, she had often imagined that one day she might find herself in a place as paradisiacal as this one. The spot was truly very beautiful. Seeing her standing a bit farther away, Anselmi noticed that she seemed lost in thought, though he was far from knowing what was going through her mind. Then, with a discreet gesture, he invited her to come over to where he was. Walking slowly and occasionally hopping from one rock to another, Cecilia approached. When she was closer, he went to meet her and, taking her by the hand, invited her to go to the shaded area where he had spread the rug and placed the wicker basket. Inside the wicker basket, though a little late, was her first meal of the day. And thus it was that Cecilia ate in that pleasant village, located in the surroundings of Capharnaum. Chapter 46. Arriving at the place where they would have their meal, instead of sitting facing each other, the two chose to sit close together, side by side. Anselmi first picked up a bunch of grapes and, not failing once again to comment, said that the fruit was from that region. Proudly, he removed a grape and placed it in Cecilia's mouth. She, parting her rosy lips with a gentle smile, savored that gift of the land with delight, especially since it had been so kindly offered by Anselmi. So kind and delicate, he was beginning to win her over and was slowly nestling into her heart. As she parted her lips again, Cecilia returned the affectionate gesture with a kiss, which Anselmi, eager, was already waiting to receive. While they enjoyed the delicacies, Anselmi spoke about the land where he lived. For a long time, It had been customary among the people there for women always to wear long garments, down to the feet. In other small villages, women, in addition to maintaining this ancient custom, also covered part of their faces with another garment. Even when a woman was to be married, her husband would only be allowed to see her face fully after the ceremony. In some larger, more modern cities, however, a few women, with the consent of the family's authorities, were allowed to leave their faces uncovered. Yet, between the older and newer generations, most of the inhabitants of the village where they were had never set foot outside it, and the customs remained the same. With regard to the local village, if a woman were to wear other clothing, for example, trousers, a dress, or a blouse that left even her arms uncovered, this would be seen, especially by men, as an indication that she was provoking them. Thus, according to local custom, all the men would follow her wherever she went, as if she were displaying herself to them. As for their wives, it was natural for them that husbands might marry more than one woman, provided he had the means to support them. The woman, however, once married to a man, was required to remain faithful to him and stay with him for her entire life. Likewise, she was expected to be at his disposal, to serve him, and to carry out whatever he ordered. She had no right to separate from him for any reason whatsoever. Furthermore, if she were accused of adultery, even without proof to substantiate such behavior, her fate lay solely in her husband's hands. He could forgive her, expel her from the community, or, according to the customs of the more conservative villages, cast her out before the community to be stoned by all until she perished. In this regard, unlike what occurred in modern cities, the people there remained firmly bound to the old customs. Anselmi knew the local culture well and, in order to avoid future problems regarding the village's traditions, had asked Cecilia to wear the customary attire of the women of the region. Chapter 47. After the explanation about the customs of Capharnaum, Cecilia asked what they would do for the rest of the day. Anselmi replied that, at the request of the local Obcam president, he was to take her around the region so that she could better familiarize herself with the country's reality. For the following day, they had been summoned, together with all the important Obcam leaders, to take part in a meeting. Cecilia would be responsible for presenting her experiences and detailing the methods employed in her city, which had been so well received in her country. The young woman nodded in agreement with Anselmi. Deep inside, however, she felt the weight and responsibility of being exposed before so many people and before an institution as prestigious as Obcam. In her modesty, she saw herself as a simple young woman, merely a resident of her small town. Anselmi, noticing her concern and as if guessing what was going through her mind, reached out his hand and pulled her close to him. He then began to caress her hair, gently scratching her scalp with the tips of his fingers. Little by little, sliding from his shoulder, Cecilia let herself rest against Anselmi's legs. Being caressed as she was, she ended up forgetting everything about the outside world. She sought to live that beautiful moment intensely, which life, so briefly, was generously offering her. Chapter 48. It was already mid-afternoon when they decided to get up from the rug. Without realizing it, both had fallen into a good sleep after so many exchanges of affection. At that moment, while Anselmi slowly gathered his belongings, arranging them in the vehicle in such a way that there would be no surprises or losses during the return, Cecilia moved a little away, trying to escape the sun's rays that dazzled her vision. She then walked toward the shade of one of the mountain peaks, for the strong brightness was already making her eyes burn. From where she stood, to her right, she could take in the entire landscape, which stretched on until it was lost to sight in the immensity of the desert. To her left there was a wide strip of yellowish sand, and a little farther on some mountains rose with their irregular, uneven peaks. Cecilia was distracted when she noticed a reflection coming from one of the elevations, which reminded her of the glare of a flash. Slightly frightened, lowering her gaze and directing it toward Anselmi, who remained deeply focused on what he was doing, she thought of calling his attention. However, she had no time for that. Behind him, Cecilia noticed the slow and silent approach of a group of Bedouin horsemen. As she was already aware of the violent attitudes and methods of the Bedouins and of how they attacked and treated the peoples of the villages, Cecilia was terrified and petrified by their arrival. Suddenly, she could not even manage to utter Anselmi's name. Although accustomed to his habitat, Anselmi, as absorbed as he was in arranging things in the jeep, took a while to notice the group of Bedouins. Briefly looking in Cecilia's direction, raising his right hand, he made a sign, indicating that she should remain where she was. Knowing far more about the ways in which the Bedouins were accustomed to act, he prepared himself for the worst. Aware that he could do nothing against that kind of people, he sought to remain quiet and motionless, trying to convey to them that his intention was not to react. However, when they soon arrived with their threatening manner, Anselmi felt, to his surprise, a different reaction from the group. The member who rode at the front, probably the leader of the band, pulled on his horse's reins and raised one arm high, suddenly making everyone stop. With the strong reflection of the sun shining straight into his eyes, Anselmi could see only the silhouettes of the horsemen. Cecilia, shaded by the peak of one of the mountains and standing a little farther away, was able to make out parts of the men's faces, at least those of the ones at the front. The group of Bedouins remained there, motionless, for a long time, as if observing them. This made the couple even more apprehensive, for such scrutiny was unexpected. At that moment, a dog appeared from behind the group, displaying ferocity, much to the surprise of both Anselmi and the leader of the band. The animal showed itself very threatening toward Anselmi, seeming ready to attack him. When it was only a few meters from its prey, Anselmi, as if to protect himself, instinctively raised his arms and positioned his open hands in front of his face. Then a loud whistle was heard and the dog, before lunging at Anselmi, hearing the message from its owner, who at that moment reared his horse and kicked up dust, stopped abruptly. Even so, the dog continued to growl threateningly in front of its potential prey. Lowering his hands a little, Anselmi remained petrified and motionless before the beast. When part of the fright had passed, he observed the animal more closely and felt a jolt in his chest, as if that dog were his old and longtime canine friend. Without realizing it, in an affectionate tone filled with nostalgic love, Anselmi let slip from his lips, "My dear Poker." If not for the long time that had passed, and for a reason beyond his control that had forced him to part from his old friend, who surely was no longer on the face of the earth, Anselmi would have sworn he was meeting him again. The resemblance between the furious dog and old Poker was truly incredible, to the point that the dog seemed like a clone of him. Meanwhile, Cecilia remained motionless, observing everything. She did not fail to notice that when the leader's horse reared, the cloth covering his face had fallen, and upon seeing it uncovered, she felt she was looking at a familiar face. Even though she was very far from her homeland and knew she was among unknown people, Cecilia had no doubt that the face of that Bedouin was very familiar to her. As soon as his mount settled down, the horseman quickly covered again the part of his face that had been exposed. Noting Anselmi's reaction to the dog, with another whistle, he called the animal back. Then, just as they had arrived, showing no sign of hostility, aside from the dog's lack of control, the leader of the horsemen directed his gaze towards Cecilia and, with a slight inclination forward, as if paying her reverence, thus greeted her. After that, he remained for a few seconds observing young Anselmi. Next, however, obeying an almost imperceptible signal from the leader, 4 horsemen separated from the others and slowly rode toward the couple. Two of them reached Anselmi and, catching him off guard, immobilized him, placing his hands behind his back. While one of them tied his hands, the other, as a safety measure, kept him under the aim of his carbine. Cecilia was also taken by surprise and had no time to run toward Anselmi, for the other two horsemen grabbed her firmly by the arms and dragged her to the band. As they lifted her into the air and placed her on the back of the leader's horse, the other two took care to tightly bind Anselmi's hands and feet. Seeing that their prey was completely immobilized and dominated, one of them took part of a tarp that was among the baggage of one of the horses, returned to the young man, and threw it over him. Anselmi was left completely covered, unable to see anything around him. Then, raising one arm high, as if bidding someone farewell, the leader of the Bedouins gave free rein to his horse and was followed by the band. In a short time, they all disappeared into the immensity of the desert. With the long night, were it not for the tarp they had thrown over Anselmi, he certainly would not have withstood the freezing cold of the desert. As soon as day broke, the young man again heard the clatter of hooves and felt that his time had come. Confused by the sleepless hours and punished by the cold of the early morning, Anselmi calculated that the savage Bedouins were returning to finish what they had begun. They would certainly take him, demand some ransom, and if it were not met, his end would be certain. Suddenly the tarp was torn away from over him, and his heart raced. Strangely, however, his eyes struggled to believe that those standing before him were Cecilia and the horsemen of her village. Chapter 49. Upon seeing him freed from his bonds, Cecilia, ignoring everyone around her, quickly walked toward him. Seeing her safe and unharmed, Anselmi took the young woman into his arms and held her tightly against himself, neither believing nor understanding anything about what had happened in so short a time. Quickly, fearing that something new and unexpected might occur again, everyone hastily left the place and returned to the village. Along the way, filled with curiosity, Anselmi wanted to know everything about the abduction. Cecilia, however, remarked that she could say very little about what had happened. She told him that her eyes had been covered and that, after riding for a long time, she believed she had arrived at the Bedouins' village. After some time, they took her down from the horse, tied her arms, and placed her somewhere to sleep. She remembered that she had not managed to close her eyes throughout the entire night and that, even before the sun rose, they lifted her and placed her once more on a horse. As on the previous day, they rode again for a long while. When she realized it, her horse had stopped galloping and she thought she was alone. Straining her hearing, she again heard the sound of horses' hooves, now closer to her. This time, however, she felt hands touching her, loosening her bonds and removing the blindfold from her eyes. At that moment, Cecilia noticed that she was surrounded by some familiar horsemen and that she was very close to the village where she had slept. After her account, Anselmi and the others could find no explanation for what had occurred. What had just happened to young Cecilia had been a true miracle. Chapter 50. Inside her tent, Cecilia lay relaxed in the hammock. Before nightfall, she still had plenty of time to take a short nap. She dreamed of Rogerio, and in the dream he said that this was precisely why he had always been against her ideas, which obviously included her going to Capharnaum. According to him, Cecilia would forget him quickly once she was far away. Cecilia remained thoughtful for a moment, for the dream had seemed very real to her. Suddenly, she thought, could Rogerio be right? Yet she soon came to terms with it when she remembered that Rogerio had been trying to dissuade her from her humanitarian plans and projects for quite some time. Getting up from the hammock and trying to forget the dream, Cecilia went to the back of the tent in search of her bed. After looking around, she undressed from the garment she was wearing and headed toward the small compartment at the rear, which, precariously and in the local fashion, served as a toilet. After a good shower with lukewarm water, heated by the sun striking a container that seemed to be made of dark clay, she put on a long, transparent nightgown she had brought in her luggage. At that moment, while the sultry heat of the sun was still radiating in every direction, the nightgown would be of great value. The heat was intense, especially since the thick canvas of the tent did not rise much higher than the top of her head. She had not arranged anything with Anselmi for the evening, nor did she know whether she would see him that day or only the next. When night began to fall, the servants, clapping their hands as they had the first time, entered the tent one by one. While one of them lit the torches, the others busied themselves serving the food at the table. As soon as they were finished, with another bow they vanished into the darkness of the night. Cecilia approached the table and, after a brief glance and feeling no hunger at that moment, took only an apple. She sat down on the chair near the small table, began nibbling at it, and thought of Anselmi, greatly wishing that he would appear. She felt a little lonely, and all she wanted was to spend as much time as possible by his side. After finishing the apple, Cecilia began to think about things that had not previously crossed her mind. She knew nothing about Anselmi beyond what she had read in the newspapers and the little he himself had said. She had read about his efforts to help needy peoples, which had made his name appear in the media and had made him quite well known for his gestures and deeds. Apart from that, who could he really be? On the one hand, according to the customs of the region, he could very well even be a married man. At the same time, judging by the position he held within Ogham, his financial situation seemed to be very good, another reason why he could be married and have more than one wife. These thoughts began to cause her some discomfort, and Cecilia would have to be more cautious from now on, for she had already grown accustomed to having him by her side. As time passed, Cecilia grew increasingly uneasy. Ideas that left her terrified arose constantly, suggesting that Anselmi might no longer come to see her. Perhaps, instead, he preferred the company of one or another wife to whom he might be married, dismissing her forever. After waiting for him for quite a while, Cecilia shrugged her shoulders and began walking toward one of the openings at the back of the tent, the one that gave access to the oasis. Sticking her head out, wanting to make sure that no one was nearby, she cautiously went outside. Unable to resist the beautiful oasis she beheld, Cecilia stubbornly braved the unrelenting heat. With slow steps, feeling the fine sand massage her feet and slip between her toes, she headed toward the oasis and stopped only when she reached the edge of the small lake. As on the first occasion, once again enraptured by the magical beauty of the place, Cecilia stood still watching the moon, crowned by an infinity of stars that were also reflected in the waters of the lake. Before the beauty of the lagoon and the clear desert sky, the mute silence of the place was such that she could even hear her own breathing. On an impulse, rising onto the tips of her toes and still feeling the warm sand heating her legs, Cecilia sat down on the sand and let her feet touch the water. She remained seated for a long while, gazing at the lake, which continued to reflect all the splendor of the heavens. Suddenly, however, she had to abandon her reverie when she sensed the sound of footsteps behind her. Somewhat frightened and without leaving her place, she turned her face toward the side of her tent and saw the silhouette of a man. It was Anselmi approaching her, and without saying a single word, he knelt behind her and enveloped her in a tender, lingering embrace. Then, releasing her from the gentle pressure of his closeness, with both hands he traced her body, stopping only at Cecilia's shoulders and neck. He then began softly massaging them, sometimes moving the shoulders, sometimes the neck. Surprising her, his hands began to slide down her back, and as he touched her body, she writhed from the ticklish sensation and from the pleasure of the warm touch of his fingers. After massaging her body for quite some time, Anselmi slid his feet forward in the sand and sat down behind her, once again wrapping Cecilia's fragile body in the warmth of his arms. Feeling the heat of his body pressed against hers, Cecilia, willingly relaxing, surrendered herself completely to Anselmi. Enveloped by the gentle atmosphere around them, she forgot the world and felt only Anselmi beside her. All her fears and doubts dissipated at that moment. Cecilia felt as if she were floating, for everything was far too wonderful for her. It was as if the very reason that had brought her to that part of the world had served to make her find the true love of her life. Lying on the sand, their bodies barely clothed and bathed in the light emanating from the moon and the stars, both forgot time and everything else. What mattered to them was only their union. The problems that existed were set aside, while, as if by enchantment, only love came to them. Time, that so-called time. It was time itself that should have been more generous with them, freezing such rare moments so that happiness might become eternal. How wonderful it would be if time were generous enough to turn them into a transparent silhouette and a mirage etched in the sky, generous enough to eternalize such rare moments of happiness. At that instant, no longer knowing whether the moment they were living was real, the gentle sound of the oboe once again descended upon them. As if suspended in space, the melody came in a sweet, magical whisper, falling silent only when its tender notes faded into echoes within their ears. Neither Cecilia nor Anselmi, in the face of such ecstasy, had any further awareness of whether they were awake or dreaming. Only the enraptured moon, which in its wanderings through space witnessed everything, watched over the enamored couple, seeming, perhaps out of jealousy or a bit of shyness, to slip discreetly behind the sparse trees. The moon, perhaps from jealousy or some other subtle reason, announced to the couple that dawn was already drawing near. Before long, the young lovers would have to part. On another occasion, the moon would return to watch over their love once again. Chapter 51. Still with his eyes slightly closed, gently rubbing them and turning over in bed, Anselmi, raising his arms in a well-deserved stretch, extended one hand in search of his beloved. Whispering hoarsely and affectionately, though in a tone sufficiently audible, he called his beloved by name and announced the splendid dawn. With the tips of his fingers, the young man lightly touched that body of harmonious, rounded, and soft forms. Being touched and hearing that name, one she had never before heard from her husband's lips, Amira, struck squarely in the chest by an unexpected electric jolt, sat up in bed and turned to stare at him with wide eyes. Seeing that the one beside him was not Cecilia but his wife, Anselmi, in order to become complicit in his slip, remained silent. Startled and looking at him, Amira said nothing and lay down again, as though she had heard nothing from her husband. Yet, turning to the other side of the bed, she lay still and silently began to ponder. Although she felt that Cecilia knew nothing of her existence, she and the other villagers were aware of almost everything about the illustrious visitor. Amira knew that her husband was constantly involved, for work reasons, alongside the foreign woman. Her sixth sense, however, always remained alert to anyone who came close to her husband. Even so, she had never imagined that he would end up becoming involved with that young woman whose name was so prestigious and widely publicized. Amira was certain of nothing. Nonetheless, by the familiar and tender way in which Anselmi had uttered that name, especially at that early hour, he could only be having sweet dreams of Cecilia. It was quite possible that a relationship between the two of them was already taking place. Chapter 52. Rubbing her eyes, Cecilia reached out across the bed for someone she well knew was no longer there. By now, as usual, the sun was skimming the plain, beginning to cast its first rays over the tops of the clustered tents in the village. Then, from her chair, She looked at the fresh set of clothes laid out the day before and remembered that they were meant for her to wear especially for the morning's meeting. After a quick bath, Cecilia ate some fruit without sitting down and drank a glass of juice. Then she waited for someone to come and fetch her. A series of claps announced that it was time for her to attend the appointment. Opening the entrance curtain, expecting to find Anselmi, Cecilia was disappointed to see an emissary instead. Still getting accustomed to local life, she followed the emissary slowly from a distance to wherever he would lead her. After winding past several dwellings, they approached a huge tent, standing prominently among the others. The emissary stopped in front of the entrance, bowed to Cecilia, and immediately extended one hand toward the opening, inviting her to enter. For the first time alone, Cecilia stepped into the large tent. With cautious steps over a beautiful, soft carpet, possibly laid out for the occasion, she walked along a narrow corridor until she reached the lecture hall. How she missed having Anselmi at her side. It was the first time since she had met him that she felt so fragile. To make matters worse, she was in a land whose customs were very different from her own culture. Still, trying to lift her spirits, Cecilia thought that she would soon meet Anselmi and that he would certainly sit beside her. Before she knew it, she had reached the end of the corridor and a huge room opened up before her. The space was almost completely filled with a large number of people, quietly seated and attentive. Upon seeing all those faces, Cecilia assumed they were important figures of Capharnaum, as each was more elegantly dressed than the next. Their garments were colorful and most of the attendees wore turbans on their heads. Not knowing what to do or how to proceed, Cecilia paused for a moment at the entrance of the large hall, astonished. At that instant, seeing her hesitation, the audience rose with great joy. With an audible round of applause, they expressed their admiration and full recognition, welcoming the speaker. Anselmi was already positioned at the front of the room, and to Cecilia's relief, he quickly moved toward her. Extending his arm directly, he invited her to follow him to the seat assigned to her. Then, one by one, the participants at the table introduced themselves, shaking hands with her and expressing their gratitude and congratulations for her acceptance of the invitation to be there. Chapter 53. Taking the floor, Anselmi introduced Cecilia to the audience, even though he knew that everyone already knew her by name and was aware of her work and projects. Then, without further delay, he invited her to present everything she had been successfully accomplishing, which was already widely recognized and publicized in many parts of the world. Cecilia scanned the crowd, hoping to spot a familiar face, thinking that the mysterious young man who had triggered her camera flash the last time might be there to give her the photographs.
Bate-no.
No one she knew was present. Suddenly, however, something different and curious caught her attention. On the right side of the hall, near the table where she stood, 5 beautiful women were seated on a large wooden bench against the pale yellowish background of the tent. From what she could see, they were the only women present at the meeting. Focusing on each of them, she became even more surprised when she noticed that one woman was not entirely unfamiliar. The woman seated at the far left, if she was not mistaken, was the girl she had seen half-naked with a handsome young man. Cecilia remembered her first night in Capharnaum and how, unknowingly to the couple, she had witnessed their intimate scene under the moonlight. She searched in vain for her companion from that night, but he was nowhere to be seen in the hall. Walking to the podium with friendliness, simplicity, and her characteristic smile, she greeted the audience and began her lecture. Cecilia started by discussing the great problems plaguing the world, with the most urgent being hunger. Hunger claimed thousands upon thousands of lives daily, with no organized effort capable of resolving this grave issue. She pointed out that humanity's greatest problems stemmed from a lack of awareness among the people, who did not truly understand what was happening. Masses were largely unaware of the world's real issues. Wars, she noted, were often orchestrated by a few inhumane individuals, described almost as extraterrestrial, who made life unbearable for the good-hearted. Cecilia was certain that nothing could be resolved through war, which only brought more destruction and spawned new conflicts, further oppressing the defeated and stripping them of their possessions. Ultimately, those affected were left with endless pain and long-lasting grudges. Disputes and difficulties cannot be solved through violence or protests, but through meetings and civilized dialogue among those affected and others. In this way, solutions could be found in peace, with each problem addressed as effectively as possible. For every action, there would be a reaction, and when handled wisely, solutions could emerge, guiding all in the right direction. We must view and feel the world as a whole, Cecilia continued. For all of us, humans or not, everything we can touch, feel, and what we cannot see or understand are tiny particles of the whole. If one of us fails in our duties toward our fellow beings, the burden falls on those closest, increasing their load. Therefore, everyone must carry out their responsibilities to the best of their abilities every day. She emphasized that we must function in harmony with nature, as if each of us were a tiny cog in a massive machine of interconnected gears, each performing its role as best as possible. If one gear fails, all feel the negative impact, and the mechanism breaks down, eventually halting everything. Thus, everyone must perform their duties diligently. The speaker reminded the audience that not all people enjoy the Earth's abundance. For example, oil, plentiful in some regions, is scarce in others, and through intermediaries, it is sold at exorbitant prices abroad. The same applies to food, abundant in some parts of the world, yet about 1/3 ends up in the trash. Authorities must better address this issue, as such resources could otherwise reach countries in need. Next, Cecilia spoke about her project, which was rapidly expanding. She highlighted that part of the recycled goods would soon reach Capharnaum. The food being collected and hygienically packaged in proper containers was intended for distribution to many communities worldwide. Her plan involved sending volunteers to various parts of the globe to develop the humanitarian project, allowing people to understand and widely share the work being done. This would help ensure the well-being of the vast number of people in need across the world. After nearly 2 hours of presenting her ideas and new concepts, Cecilia concluded her speech with a smile and a heartfelt thank you. Yet, amid the silence in the room, she thought she heard a click, immediately following a camera flash. She recalled the mysterious young man with the camera, though no one could identify him at that moment. With the most prominent authorities of the country, Obcam, and the entire Capharnaum press present, Cecilia graciously made herself available to answer any questions. For more than an hour after her lecture, she continued responding with courtesy and friendliness. Meanwhile, those without access or permission to approach her, due to the crowd, moved on to the cocktail, which resembled a banquet. Discreetly, Anselmi later guided Cecilia to the cocktail, but he soon left to attend to someone who had called him. Cecilia noticed a beautiful young woman frequently approaching Anselmi. The intimacy of their conversation suggested more than mere friendship. The woman whispered into his ear, pressing her mouth close. A doubt briefly crossed Cecilia's mind, but she quickly realized that it was not Anselmi who had been with the woman at the oasis. After all, Anselmi had been waiting for her when she returned to the tent. Moreover, in the darkness, the man she had seen at the oasis had features very different from his. Nevertheless, Cecilia's intuition kept alerting her that Anselmi might have some secret connection with the young woman. If so, it was likely discreet, as the woman was involved with another man, possibly her boyfriend or husband. But on further reflection, if she were married, she would not have an affair with Anselmi. In that case, the consequences of such betrayal would be severe, and Anselmi himself would also be risking his reputation. Chapter 54. The impact of the lecture was the most important thing that had happened in Capharnaum up to that moment. Of course, one could not exclude the work carried out by Anselmi, which was already internationally known. But now, with Cecilia's revolutionary project, Anselmi's work would gain far greater strength and would be much more emphasized in almost all media outlets. At that point, both the media and many countries no longer wished to remain anonymous and began to join the cause. There were no more doubts about the success of the utopian dream of that young girl from the countryside, who from a very young age had believed that, with persistence, everything is achievable. Cecilia had partly forgotten her homeland, for she was now treated with great attention and in the best possible way. Everyone listened to her and, with humility and discernment, strove to put her teachings into practice. She was extremely enthusiastic about her work and shared it alongside those who nurtured the same ideals. By all indications, Anselmi loved her with the same love that she also devoted to him. Although she had never publicly displayed this romance, it did not worry her. There, as in other places, the saying applies, "What happens between four walls little or nothing others know." What mattered most was being fulfilled and feeling happy beside the one she loved so much. Anselmi continued to sleep with her in her tent, although on other nights, for one reason or another, he failed to be present. Even so, although she found these absences somewhat strange, Cecilia understood that he had his commitments, and everything ended up seeming normal to her. One day, however, Cecilia felt quite lonely and decided to set aside her duties to go out for a while. As she walked about, now more familiar with local customs, she circled the tents, curiously observing people at their tasks. As she passed in front of one of the dwellings, she noticed that some ladies, in a prominent spot in the village, were involved in preparing a food. Curious by nature, Cecilia approached, stopped, and asked permission to watch the preparation of the delicacy. Looking more closely at those ladies, she noticed that the young woman she had seen with the man at the lake was present there. 5 women were gathered, and Cecilia likewise could not help but notice that outside, not far from there, 5 men were standing and talking. It seemed that, always firm and attentive to each of them, they were ready to guard them. The young woman deduced that they were the ladies' husbands and paid them little attention. She then asked the ladies what delicacy they were preparing. After some explanations, Cecilia, in a playful tone, commented that the dish must surely be very tasty and her husband's favorite, since they seemed quite eager, waiting to savor it. The ladies, glancing at one another discreetly, could not hide their smiles. One of them, taking the initiative, said that those men were not their husbands, but rather their lackeys, servants, and bodyguards. She explained that they were women married to important people, political leaders of the community, and that it was customary for them to be kept under surveillance by their husbands through their servants, which happened all the time, day and night. Cecilia had already had the opportunity to meet some of the local leaders and learned there who was married to whom, noting that 2 of them were married to the same man. As for the last woman, the young woman whom Cecilia considered the most beautiful among them, Cecilia asked who her husband was and, upon hearing the name spoken by her lips, felt as though the ground had vanished beneath her feet. She even thought that, due to the unexpected shock, she would not be able to remain standing and would faint. The most beautiful of the ladies, the one she had happened to see at the lake that night, had just identified herself as Anselmi's wife. She did not understand how she managed to remain standing at that moment. She felt as though she were staggering, everything spinning incessantly. She barely noticed that one of them might perceive her change of expression. Still, feeling suspended in the air and quite awkward, She quickly made an excuse and returned to her tent. She could not believe the cruel reality that assailed her. How could this be true? Cecilia had been blatantly deceived by Anselmi, and for such betrayal, she would never grant forgiveness. At that moment, Cecilia thought of leaving everything behind and returning to Nova Realidade do Rio do Pauso. However, upon further reflection, she began to blame herself. Questions she had never concerned herself with started to come to mind. She wondered why she had never asked for details about Anselmi's life. In light of everything that was happening, Cecilia began to come to her senses and to blame herself for being so negligent regarding Anselmi's life. She then remembered what he had said days earlier when he spoke about the customs between men and women in those lands, that, according to their laws, a man there could marry and have more than one woman, if he had the means to provide all of them with a modest standard of living. She did not agree with that kind of relationship, but due to local custom, she had said nothing to him. In her homeland, betrayal is adultery. That was what she felt, and that was what was happening to her. She could even understand that customs there were different and found it natural that each person might have one or more wives, but she would never imagine, much less accept, that something like that would happen with her. Then she remembered a very important detail that had gone unnoticed. If it was not Anselmi who had been with Amira at the oasis, who then would be her lover? What Anselmi had said about what happened to a woman in such a condition came back to her mind. Despite the shock she had suffered upon learning that he was already married, Amira's case seemed far more complicated. Amira, according to custom, could be expelled from the village and cast into the streets, being stoned by the population until she perished. Cecilia considered that Amira's relationship with Anselmi would end when he learned of the event at the oasis. But what would become of Amira's situation? Should Cecilia tell Anselmi what she knew about the betrayal? If she did so, he would surely leave his wife and be Cecilia's alone. There was also the possibility that he loved her greatly and, without major problems, would forgive his wife. In that case, Cecilia would no longer have him only for herself. Many thoughts were mixed together in Cecilia's mind regarding the matter. She could not imagine what Anselmi's attitude would be, whether he would separate from her, forgive her, expel her from the village, or, worse still, expose her unforgivable betrayal to everyone and subject her to stoning. By making her perish under stones, he would have his honor cleansed. Whatever his attitude might be, except forgiveness, Cecilia would have the chance to continue with him the wonderful idyll they were living. As the situation was quite complicated, Cecilia immediately decided that he would never learn about Amira's case from her lips. Even lamenting that he was being betrayed, she did not want to be responsible for such unpleasant news, which could even result in public lynching. At the same time, she felt uncomfortable continuing to conceal what she knew, for when Anselmi discovered the truth, he would blame her for covering up the infidelity. Perhaps even more so, especially because she was the person closest to him at that moment. She felt, as the saying goes, as though she had two hearts. Cecilia had always been regarded by everyone as a woman of firm attitudes and resolutions, so she would not hesitate in the face of such an embarrassing situation. She was determined to return to her homeland, to the comfort of her home. She had been in Capharnaum for quite some time, and her work there was already well established and advanced. Feeling like the most helpless person in the world, she remembered the affection, the attention, and the longing she felt for Rogerio. Thinking it over, she felt that not everything was lost. She would return to Nova Realidade do Rio do Pauso and look for her former boyfriend, and even if he wanted nothing more to do with her, Cecilia would be better off in her city than immersed in such a different culture. As for Anselmi, she did not even know for sure how she would begin to speak about the matter. But she would certainly say that she was deeply disappointed by the fact that Anselmi was married to another woman. She thought and rethought and concluded that it would be foolish, childish on her part to argue with him about such a matter, since from the beginning Anselmi had explained the customs of the country and she could not complain. On the other hand, he knew well the customs of Cecilia's land and should have been sincere about his situation. Young Cecilia decided that she would be frank with Anselmi and would use her particular sincerity. She would remind him that her customs were different from those of his land, and therefore she would never be able to live with a married man who could take more wives. Chapter 55. That night, in the state she was in, she was not even sure whether she wanted to see Anselmi's face in front of her. Deep down, however, she felt the urge to unburden herself and to question him about why he had never told her about Amira. Determined, Cecilia began to pack her bags. She separated her belongings and the gifts she had received in Capharnaum, checking what she could take with her. She left part of her work on the small table, on whose pages she recorded what still needed to be carried out. Should any doubts arise, she would explain them better to Anselmi, but she made a point of leaving each issue well clarified and of emphasizing that Anselmi was fully capable of carrying her project forward. A little later, Anselmi went in search of Cecilia. Arriving at the tent, this time somewhat uneasy and fearful that she might already have discovered his marriage, he announced himself and entered. From a distance, he noticed that Cecilia showed signs that something was not right. Seeing her standing there, with her back to him, and as she did not come to meet him, he felt that she had learned something about him. Anselmi sensed a certain heaviness in the air, seeing her with her head bowed and motionless. He felt that what he feared she must already know. As soon as she caught sight of Anselmi, Cecilia could not hold back her tears, which began to well up in her eyes and run down her face. Slowly taking a few steps, Anselmi walked toward her and made a gesture to take her into his arms. Even imagining that she was already aware of his situation, he would try, although he felt it was not the best moment, to tell her a little about his life and explain what had happened. He understood what his beloved was feeling, not to mention the disappointment and humiliation she had suffered. Among all the inhabitants of the village, she was the only person who had remained unaware of the truth. Therefore, whether she believed him or not, Anselmi would take, from that moment on, a radical step for their pure and beautiful romantic relationship. He believed that the love between the two of them, even unconsciously, had reached them from the very first time they saw each other. Being something so strong, the love between them deserved to be treated in a different way. Seeing him try to approach, Cecilia stepped back and did not allow him to touch her. Understanding her anger and pain, he did not insist on approaching and remained a few steps away from her. At that moment, lowering his head, Anselmi saw the bags packed and closed, leaning against a corner of the tent. He understood then that she already knew of his commitment to Amira. He wanted to say a few words to her and speak about his situation, but seeing her in tears, her face buried in her hands, and asking him not to say anything, the young man withdrew. Seeing that Cecilia had stopped sobbing, Anselmi took 2 stools from the corner of the tent and offered one to her, helping her sit down and also sitting in front of her. He waited for the best opportunity to speak and, even discouraged and not knowing where to begin, he felt the need to open his heart to her. Anselmi went to the small table and picked up a jug of wine, opened it, and poured it into a goblet, as was already customary between them. He then handed her the goblet, but she, wanting to know nothing more, refused to drink the wine. He, to encourage himself and forgetting his manners, drained the wine in a single gulp and poured himself another. Taking advantage of the fact that she seemed a little calmer, Anselmi gathered his courage and began to speak in a gentle tone, in a low voice, saying that he had been deeply impressed by her since the moment he first saw her, that the feeling had grown stronger and stronger, and when he realized it, Something far greater than he had imagined was already happening between them. Because this feeling was so noble and beautiful, he had felt completely awkward about speaking of his marriage. He felt increasingly involved with Cecilia, to the point that the love in his heart only grew. Anselmi commented that, despite the local custom of being able to marry more than one woman, he carried within himself another way of thinking, inherited from his parents. That even after a long time had passed, he clearly remembered and knew that he had not been born among those people, and that he was not unfamiliar with the customs of the land from which he came. Anselmi revealed that he was not a native of Capharnaum and had decided to marry only his current wife, Amira. As he had been married for some years, Amira, both because of her activities outside the home and because she wanted nothing to do with his community work, had caused the relationship between them to wear down. Despite this, it had never crossed his mind to abandon her, for his moral principles, rooted since childhood, were still very much alive in his soul. Anselmi said that his parents had always devoted their lives to helping those most in need. They had moved to Capharnaum solely to assist the less fortunate, continuing their humanitarian work there and leaving behind everything they had already achieved. They postponed their return home to their homeland several times, claiming that they still had humanitarian work to do. Then, as the years passed, they ended up settling in and remained in Capharnaum. Pausing in his words and feeling that Cecilia, with her kind heart, was listening attentively, Anselmi once again offered her the goblet of wine, which she, a little hesitant, eventually accepted. Then, after a deep sigh, she took 2 small sips. Continuing, Anselmi commented that he had few memories of his childhood. He remembered very well only the old manor house in which he had lived with his parents. He had had few friends and had spent most of his time running and playing in the fields in the company of his small dog. Poker was his greatest companion, and it was with great sorrow that he left him behind when he moved away from there with his parents. Many times Anselmi had missed the place where he was born, keeping some vivid memories in his mind. Moreover, his desire to return there was great, but all his contacts and references had been lost with the disappearance of his parents. They had been taken by a group of Bedouins who had assaulted their supply cart. The cart was being taken to a village where food would be distributed among the most needy. Events of this kind were not isolated cases there. Even now there were still many attacks on various villages, especially against unwary foreigners who ventured through the region. According to his account, after his parents had been taken by the Bedouins, Anselmi never heard from them again. Consequently, he never knew where he had come from, nor did he know the address of the manor house where he had lived. It was only at that moment that Cecilia came to know a little more about Anselmi's life. Thus she learned that he had begun his work for the benefit of the most needy long before she had. In any case, knowing this now was of little use, for the reality was that both were fated to live their own lives. She would return home, and he would have to live beside Amira, who, even betraying him, he would not leave and with whom he would spend the rest of his life, since he did not even know in which part of the world he had been born. Seeing that she seemed calmer, Anselmi asked Cecilia to remain there for at least a few more days. However, already deeply hurt and no longer finding the same motivation there, Cecilia decided that the best and only solution was to return home. She then handed over to her successor all the data for the continuation of the project, leaving her address and telephone number with Anselmi. She made herself available to resolve any eventual doubts and to provide clarifications. Then she asked Anselmi to urgently arrange her trip for the following day. Deep inside, Cecilia felt great sorrow knowing that Anselmi was unaware of the fact that he was being betrayed. At the same time, if the betrayal were to come to light, she trembled at the thought of the terrible punishment to which Amira would be subjected. Because of his marital secrets, Cecilia felt deeply hurt by Anselmi. However, she knew that if one day he discovered that she was aware of Amira's betrayal, he would never forgive her for hiding something so serious. Chapter 56. On the morning of the following day, Cecilia traveled accompanied by Anselmi, and very early they arrived at the boarding gate. She kept her head lowered throughout the entire journey, and they exchanged only a few words. Anselmi took one of his business cards from his pocket and handed it to Cecilia. He assured her that he would be very happy with her return to Capharnaum, remaining always waiting for her. He also said that he could promise nothing, but, given the situation of his marriage, perhaps it would not last much longer. He did not know for certain what would happen. However, according to local customs, he would seek a solution with the elders, the ancients. For him, being in fact a foreigner there, his blood had nothing to do with those desert people. Those words brought Cecilia a small measure of comfort, but what was done was already done. Thus, the only course was to carry on with life and see how things would eventually settle. At the moment of departure, Anselmi took her hands in his and confessed that his love for her would remain alive. Cecilia, her head bowed, listened to him in silence as he gently pulled her toward him and softly kissed her forehead, no longer holding back, since she even understood that, in light of what had happened, Anselmi was not guilty of his past. Cecilia nestled into his arms and, amid sobs, could no longer restrain her tears. Slowly, they ran down Anselmi's shoulder and soaked his shirt. And so, for some time, she remained embraced by him. Meanwhile, he caressed her hair with the tips of his fingers and tenderly pressed her body with a gentle pressure. When the airplane was already high above the ground, Cecilia felt that, still with slightly reddened eyes, a lump in her throat, and a tightness in her heart, she was leaving part of herself with Anselmi. She carried with her the sweet memories of the magical romance they had lived together, which was no small thing. She had not even been in Capharnaum for so long, for the work had moved forward quickly with her goodwill and uprightness. Yet, in her own way, she had transformed her life into a brief and sweet romance. Taking Anselmi's business card, she brought it to her lips and kissed it affectionately. Then, still with her gaze somewhat moist and blurred, she wanted to see what was written and ended up learning his full name. In larger letters it read, Anselmi de la Bruna Serves Filio. Tenderly, she put it away in her handbag. As Cecilia was about to close her bag, she noticed that another envelope was inside it. No longer surprised by the repeated occurrence, she picked it up and opened it immediately. This time, however, she was even more surprised to see that it was she herself who appeared in the photograph. Likewise, everyone who had taken part in the meeting in Capharnaum was also there. And the strangest thing was that Anselmi was at her side in the photo, yet she was almost certain that at no moment while she was giving her lecture had he remained next to her. That photograph was unfamiliar to her and had nothing to do with the others. It was none of the photographs she had found on the street and left at the manor house numbered 556. And that, for sure, was the most mysterious thing of all. Chapter 57. Hardly had she stepped off the airplane when several members of the press were already waiting for her. She could not imagine how so many people were aware of her return or how they had been informed. As soon as they saw her, hundreds of journalists and onlookers gathered around her. Everyone wanted to know the latest news and how her humanitarian project abroad was developing. They wanted to ask her about the impact her achievements were having, as well as the enormous space she had gained in the media of other countries. There at the airport, through the interviews, Cecilia learned of many good news about herself and of the positive reception her work was receiving around the world. In several parts of the country, the system she had created had already been adopted and, like a gigantic miracle, it had been copied and put into use in many countries. In her small town, some things had changed. Several streets that had previously allowed traffic in both directions were now one-way only. A roundabout had been created, and a small pedestrian mall was already in the planning stages. The mayor had managed to have more than 50 new streets paved and had improved the paving in some areas. He was a very dynamic and determined person, and in no previous administration had similar measures been taken. In the history of Nova Realidade do Rio do Pauso, no one had ever produced so much progress and generated so many achievements in such a short time. All the works underway were progressing at full speed and in perfect development. At the national level, the association's team played a very important role. It was respected and had the support of the largest entities, being unanimously recognized in all political and economic circles of each municipality. For the country itself, the association represented, in addition to considerable savings in the area of food supply, an overall improvement in public health. Unlike before, the population was now better fed and lived with greater vitality and health. The savings achieved through Cecilia's successful project represented a reduction of more than 60% in government spending in some public health sectors. As an added benefit, the money saved was being redirected to the area of education, in which Cecilia had already begun to invest and adopt new ideas some time earlier. Cecilia's presence began to be requested in many other parts of the country, both for lectures and to coordinate new projects. Her broad experience facilitated the sound development of work carried out by other entities in conjunction with the Ministry of Education, which increasingly, it must be said, qualified and distinguished her. After her initial initiatives, the recycling and reuse of food leftovers became part of the daily routine of a large number of people. At the same time, because it had national and international acceptance, her reforestation project, through fruit-bearing seeds, was expanding rapidly, and many people were already engaged in this promising and rewarding task. No one wanted to be left out, and with renewed enthusiasm, many people sowed all the seeds that had previously been thrown away. Moreover, the political class showed even greater excitement, seeing in the project a chance to improve its image before the population. The environment is renewing itself before our very eyes and thanking us, Cecilia would say. By combining the reuse of food in restaurants with that of most households, the food crisis in some parts of the world had already been reduced by around 70%. Gradually, great and immeasurable benefits were being generated for humanity. In the face of this revolutionary and widely recognized method, spread largely by word of mouth, in addition, of course, to the media, Cecilia struggled to keep her schedule of commitments up to date. From many places within and outside the country, the young woman was called upon to give lectures and lay the foundations for new ventures. With each new place, more and more people became interested in the easy and simple way she conducted the enterprise, which inevitably led it to success and consecrated her revolutionary method. She was known and recognized in the most distant corners and among the most varied people, regardless of social class, profession, income level, religion, and so on. Wherever need and hunger were most evident, that was where the humanitarian project should be implemented. Food recycling, which included fruit peels, beets, carrots, oranges, bananas, etc., vegetable leaves, and everything else that had previously been wasted, satisfied hunger and filled the greenhouses. After roasting, everything was grated, crushed, or ground, then packaged and shipped in thousands of sacks to wherever there were people in need. All of this had only happened after the engagement of various entities and the many contacts and demonstrations carried out with people in the food sector, as well as the coordinated contacts with local authorities and with those of other countries through the media, which were fundamental in publicizing the benefits of the project. Moreover, of course, the entire humanitarian undertaking was thanks to Cecilia and her committee, who, in a practical and coordinated manner, made it clear to everyone how the process worked. In order to publicize her work and fulfill her mission, Cecilia often had to leave her city and her country. She drew great attention from high authorities wherever she went, leading her name to be nominated for one of the world's greatest benevolent awards, the World Nobles Prize. Chapter 58.
As for Rogério, Cecília soutrinha a sua arriva de nova realidade do Rio do Pouso.
He already had a new girlfriend and seemed to have easily forgotten her. However, being very attentive, affectionate, and kind, he arranged a meeting with Cecilia, and the two embraced, yet, besides not feeling the same emotion as before. Cecilia soon understood that what remained of their romance would be nothing more than a good friendship. After some time talking, Rogério confessed that he had sensed that, at Cecilia's side, he would not be able to lead a peaceful life, for she was a person who devoted herself more to others than to herself. In that way, the worst part was thinking that he would always remain in the background. He said that he had gone through difficult moments because of the separation and had taken a long time to forget her. However, living with Margarita, he had been able to resume his life with greater security and peace of mind. Rogério commented that he had continued to think a great deal about Cecilia after her departure for Capharnaum. He had the impression that she would walk through the door of the house where he lived at any moment. He said that he had missed her very much, but Margarita had put an end to his torment, and he was quite happy. After her departure, fulfilling what he had promised her, by searching the entire house, he eventually found the second letter sent to his father by the former owner of the manor house numbered 556, which, if she were still interested, he could deliver to her personally. Cecilia agreed to receive the letter and promised that she would visit him soon, for she missed his parents greatly. She held them in high esteem and wanted them to know it. Chapter 59. Time had inexorably passed, and it had already been more than 2 years since Cecilia had returned from Capharnaum. As expected, she remained deeply dedicated to her work and continued to attract new collaborators. After so many years of dedication and selflessness in favor of the most humble and needy, Cecilia had been awarded the World Nobles Prize. This honor was the most consecrated and renowned recognition granted to someone in the world, bestowed only upon individuals especially devoted to an exceptional and grand humanitarian work. With the substantial sum received from the prize, Cecilia invested even more resources in her project, which now, with full force, had spread to all parts of the world. Her utopian project, born from the pure heart of a child, had become reality and had already crossed the globe. Despite this, she still did not feel fully fulfilled and happy. Behind her face and in the depths of her eyes, although few knew it, there was a shadow of melancholy. For some time now, Cecilia had been aware that she would never realize the great dream of her life, after marrying, having at least 2 children. According to specialists, this was impossible for her, as she had been infertile since birth. What comforted her most, in the moments when she thought of her dreamed of children, was knowing that she had been born to help all those who needed her. Perhaps her children were the countless people to whom she had already extended her helping hand. Chapter 60. One fine day, Cecilia received a phone call from Rogério, reminding her about the letter. If she still wanted it, he would bring it to her or ask someone else to do so. Cecilia's curiosity had not faded, and she asked Rogério to send it to her. Otherwise, she would go to his house to fetch it herself. The next day, while visiting her Portuguese friend, Mr. Ananias, he came to meet her and embraced her as soon as Cecilia arrived. He placed in her hands a rather faded envelope that had been left for her that morning. Cecilia took it and immediately put it into her handbag. She then remembered Rogério's promise, since she was now in possession of the letter from the mysterious owner of the old mansion. That night, a little tired and returning home, Cecilia let herself fall onto the sofa. Suddenly, she got up, went to the small table in the center of the living room, and took the envelope out of her bag. She returned to the sofa and lay down again, then began to read distractedly the faded address. At first, she saw that the letter was addressed to Mr.
Alfredo.
Turning the envelope over, she saw the sender's name and the place from which it had been mailed. At that moment, Cecilia was startled upon noticing an incredible coincidence. She could hardly believe what her eyes were beholding, for before her there was a familiar name. Still incredulous, she reread the faded name of the sender, Anselmi de la Bruna Servais. It could only have been some misunderstanding, for Anselmi should have nothing to do with the mansion nor any kinship with the sender, given the distance from where he lived and his lack of knowledge of the past. At the same time, however, she recalled the entire story that Anselmi had told her. He remembered nothing else except the house and other vague recollections from childhood.
Cecilia also remembered Mr.
Alfredo's story, when he commented that, from one moment to the next, a couple with a small child had left the place and never again given any news, except for 2 letters he had received. The sender asked him to occasionally keep an eye on his property, for as soon as possible the family would return. Even without being fully convinced, Cecilia thought that it could indeed have been the house where Anselmi had spent his childhood. She then rose from the sofa and looked for the telephone, thinking of calling him immediately. However, feeling a slight bitterness, she remembered her brief and painful past in Capharnaum. Her experience at Anselmi's side was still alive in her heart, despite the 2 years that had passed. Suddenly, restraining herself and thinking it over more carefully, she remembered that he was probably still married and must already have forgotten her. Just in case, not wishing to omit her duty to inform him, she took a new envelope and wrote on it the address from Anselmi's postcard, placing the old letter inside it. At first glance, she concluded, the old letter could have been sent to Mr. Alfredo by Anselmi's father. The next day, going to the city's post office, she mailed the correspondence. For about 2 months after the date of sending, Cecilia remained anxious, waiting for a reply, but received nothing in return. Little by little, she set aside the strange hope that still lived in her chest and, with dedication and great resolve, turned body and soul back to her work, trying to forget such powerful coincidences. Chapter 61. At the end of the following autumn, more precisely on a Saturday late afternoon, Cecilia, when least expecting it, received a phone call from Rogerio. He told her that he needed to speak with her urgently, preferably within the next few hours. He assured her not to be alarmed. It was nothing serious. It was simply of great interest to him that she come to his house, as a pleasant surprise awaited her. She insisted on knowing what it was about, but Rogerio said he could only show the surprise in person. He also explained that he could not pick her up himself, but had asked a friend, Michel, who lived near her building, to do so. He promised that after the surprise, he would personally bring her back home. Cecilia felt anxious upon hearing this, but she soon remembered that Mr. Alfredo and Mrs. Clusa, who cared for her deeply, would likely be preparing a dinner, which could be the pleasant surprise. She also imagined that Rogerio might have broken up with his girlfriend and wanted to rekindle their romance. On the other hand, now that they were good friends, the surprise might not be so pleasant if Rogerio had decided to marry Margarita. As night fell, Michel was already in front of Cecilia's building. Seeing the car parked below, she quickly descended the stairs, and they introduced themselves. Then they set off toward Mr. Alfredo's house. Michel seemed to be an excellent person. He appeared cheerful, outgoing, and easy to talk to. However, behind all his pleasant demeanor, Cecilia, without knowing exactly why, sensed something strange about him. Since it was her first time seeing him, she dismissed it as a mere impression. But something unexpected happened as they approached Rogerio's house. Cecilia noticed that Michel, who had been driving calmly, instead of slowing down to turn onto the side street leading to their destination, continued straight ahead. Finding his behavior strange, she asked if he knew where Rogerio lived, but the driver did not answer. Michel, which made Cecilia even more worried, slightly accelerated the vehicle. Cecilia put her right hand on the door handle, already thinking of jumping out of the car. She could hardly believe what was happening. It crossed her mind that she was living inside the most terrifying horror movie, experiencing her worst nightmare. She naively assumed it was just a bad joke. Then her sixth sense suggested another possibility. Someone had called pretending to be Rogerio. Through such a ruse, the imposter acted with malicious intentions, preparing some unpleasant, unimaginable surprise for her. The image of Adrialvi, who had promised never to leave her in peace, suddenly came to mind. At that moment, as panic fully overtook her, the sinister driver began to slow down. Due to her anxiety and the darkness of the night, Cecilia no longer knew where they were. With a quick and unexpected maneuver, Michel passed through a gate already open to his right. He drove a little further and, after a few seconds, stopped in front of a mansion Cecilia knew very well, number 556. The vehicle stopped at the mansion's door, and one leaf of the enormous gate opened. A strong light shone from inside, preventing Cecilia from seeing who was coming out. A silhouette walked to the car and, when right beside it, extended an arm and opened the door. With the bright light blinding her, Cecilia still could not distinguish who the person was. The silhouette, now clearly a person, made a significant gesture inviting her to get out. Cecilia was very fearful, her whole body trembling, so she hesitated. Gradually, as her eyes adjusted to the light, she could not believe what she saw. It was Anselmi standing right in front of her, his broad, gentle smile revealing his perfectly white, beautiful teeth. Overcome by the surprising, pleasant, and emotional moment, unable even to utter a single word, Cecilia, seeing him with open arms, threw herself into them and nestled close. She felt herself pressed against him as never before, their bodies united as one fused together. Chapter 62. After the first moments, Cecilia, looking from the doorway into the interior of the mansion, noticed that it was now fully furnished. The large table in the center of the room was still there, but the interior of the house no longer seemed the same. The previously empty spaces were now filled with furniture, and the lighting, although she had found it strong upon arrival, was appropriate for the environment. Keeping his arm around Cecilia's shoulder, Anselmi guided her inside. Suddenly, looking toward the street, Cecilia remembered Michel, but he was no longer there. He had left, having completed his mission of bringing her to the mansion. The entire surprise had been planned and executed by Anselmi and Rogerio. Up until that moment, thanks to the miracle of finding him there, Cecilia had completely forgotten that Anselmi was a committed man. Anselmi, noticing the shadow beginning to cloud the face of his beloved, took her hands and invited her to follow him to the back of the house. There was a large elevated area from which the moon and stars could be observed, and as they sat together on a rustic wooden bench, Anselmi promised to tell her everything. Cecilia had nothing to fear, for he no longer intended to disappoint her. Anselmi said that he had suffered greatly and had felt her absence. He had finally learned everything, that Amira, due to her work and constant absence from home, had grown close to another man and betrayed him. As for him, knowing that he did not belong to that culture, he had a frank conversation with her, and they had agreed to separate. He also knew, because Amira had told him that on that idyllic night at the oasis, when Cecilia arrived, his ex-wife had become aware of everything about Cecilia because her servant was always on alert. As soon as they left the location, the servant saw Cecilia hiding among the bushes and followed her to the tent. Soon, of course, her identity was known. Moreover, Amira was aware of Anselmi's romance. Since Amira knew the customs and had been raised in the village, she could not complain or act against her husband, but she would face serious consequences if he discovered her betrayal. Gradually, Cecilia's expression began to change. First, because she knew Anselmi was now a free man, then, due to the news he was sharing. For all intents and purposes, Cecilia had never imagined that Amira knew everything. To Cecilia's surprise, Anselmi went to an old record player in a corner of the balcony and placed a record to play. A melodious sound gradually and gently filled the space. Lost in thought, Cecilia was transported back with nostalgia to the country where she had shared her beautiful romance with Anselmi, recalling the lakeside moments when the same oboe sound had whispered to her ears. Now, even far from that paradisiacal place, she could hear, alongside Anselmi, parts of a concert with excerpts from Mozart, Handel, and Albinoni. The melodious and gentle music filled the silent place, and Cecilia, embracing Anselmi, relived the same emotions felt at the oasis. Standing next to Cecilia, Anselmi knelt on one knee and confided that he was there to remain by her side forever. Emotionally, he asked if she would like to and accept marrying him. At the same time, he took a small box from his pocket, opened it, and revealed a shining pair of rings. With her eyes fixed on the rings, unable to believe what she was hearing and seeing, and overwhelmed by the surprise of the night, Cecilia momentarily lowered her head. All she had ever wanted was to be with Anselmi and marry him, and what she had just heard left her spellbound. With her head bowed, she seemed to reflect on the proposal, but at that moment, she could hardly believe what had just happened. Chapter 63. Anselmi remained kneeling before her, feeling the depth of Cecilia's emotion. At the same time, inwardly, he could no longer wait even a minute for her answer. Pressing his face gently against her chest, he felt her tears fall. Tenderly, he lifted his head and slowly brought his lips to hers, placing a delicate and passionate kiss. Recovering, Cecilia stood up, took his hands, and with a softness in her eyes, expressed that she felt like the most loved and happiest woman in the world. Since the day she had met him, all she had dreamed of was being by his side. Smiling at him, she agreed to marry him. Overjoyed and embracing Cecilia, Anselmi began to speak of his dreams and plans for their future. He wished, if it pleased her, that they lived together in the mansion, for it was the place where he had been born and where his roots lay. There he had spent part of his childhood. It was his old nest, the place where he remembered receiving the most love from his parents. He emphasized that the fondest and most cherished memories always came to mind when thinking of the place he was born, feeling immense gratitude to her for showing him the way back home. He spoke of the vastness of the planet and how, at the same time, the world seemed so small. How things in the universe might initially seem chaotic and out of place, yet everything fits perfectly in the end. It was as if someone, invisible to all, planned and orchestrated the events for each person and for everyone. And here was the example. Cecilia, who had lived so far away from him, suddenly, in her search for the same goals, was now so close to giving him the love he so needed. After traveling so far, seemingly by chance, she had found him and would reveal the way back to the mansion. Only someone could have planned, step by step, the meeting between the two, showing them that their paths were meant to cross. As Anselmi spoke, Cecilia's mind flashed with the memory of the mysterious photos, and she realized she had yet to tell him about them. Still, she decided this was not the right moment and would bring up the photos and the book later. Excitedly, speaking of his plans for the future, Anselmi mentioned that he wanted to have children with her. That, for various reasons, while living with Amira, he had long postponed this dream. Upon hearing him, Cecilia felt a cold shiver run through her. She recalled her own old dreams, almost identical to his, to marry and have 2 children. Yet, she knew she could never provide this special joy for him or for herself. And as she thought this, tears streamed from her beautiful eyes. Anselmi asked about the sudden tears and the change in her expression, noticing the clear signs of sadness. Cecilia, no longer postponing what needed to be said, confided in him about her condition. Initially, Anselmi felt somewhat disoriented and awkward, but regaining his composure and seeing the sorrow on her face, he tried to console her, assuring that they would soon seek a specialist for guidance. There was also the possibility of adopting a child, as there were many without parents or love across the world. Cecilia, wiping away her tears and lowering her head, nodded in agreement, which relieved Anselmi. That evening, as Anselmi opened a jug of wine and poured it for both of them, Cecilia told him about the photos, the book, and the rings in the envelope. Finding everything very intriguing and without interrupting her, Anselmi listened attentively until she finished. Curious about her story, he asked, with her permission, if he could look at the book and photographs. Cecilia readily agreed, promising that she would bring them from her apartment at a more convenient day and time. Chapter 64. Cecilia spent the night at the mansion beside Anselmi. Early the next morning, she called her friend Virginia to let her know she wouldn't be going to work. However, she assured her that if there was any urgent need, she could call, as Cecilia was available. Later, after saying goodbye to Anselmi and returning to her apartment, Cecilia, while tidying up her home, remembered her promise. She took the book and the envelope and placed them in her bag. Full of joy and unable to contain herself, she decided to share her happiness with someone. Ecstatic, she went to visit her old friend Ananias. At the restaurant, he was, as usual, seated at his worn old table. Seeing her approach, Ananias's face immediately broke into a broad smile. Lowering his glasses slightly, he observed her coming closer. Noticing Cecilia's lively and cheerful demeanor, he quickly realized that something wonderful had happened. Curious, he wanted to know the reason for her excitement. Pulling out a chair, Cecilia sat across from him, and neither seemed able to wait to speak first. Unable to contain herself, Cecilia recounted every recent event in detail. By late afternoon, close to evening, Ananias could no longer find an excuse to stay away and accompanied her to the old mansion. Appreciating true friendship, Cecilia wanted her friend to meet Anselmi. As they walked along Belvedere Road, twilight already hinted at nightfall. Less than 10 minutes later, they reached the large, old wooden house. Through the windows, the well-lit and beautiful interior was visible. The gate, once kept closed, was now open, and they quickly passed through. They arrived at the yard in front of the entrance and parked. Through the window, Anselmi noticed someone approaching to open the front door. Cecilia appeared first, walking quickly as always. Smiling, Anselmi saw her so happy, opened his arms, and she snuggled into him. As he stroked her long, curly, fragrant hair, he pressed his lips to hers in a long kiss full of longing, as if they had not seen each other in ages. Then, looking over Cecilia's shoulder, he noticed the old Portuguese friend, Ananias. Although normally uninhibited, he felt slightly awkward and, not wanting to disturb the couple, crouched down on the grass, pathetically picking at bits of straw to disguise himself. Cecilia remembered him, walked over, took his hand, and led him to Anselmi. Even though Anselmi and the old Portuguese had never met, they already had a mutual sense of each other, thanks to Cecilia's frequent comments about one to the other. As she introduced them, Cecilia sensed through their handshakes and expressions the mutual sympathy and respect they felt. Anselmi already held great regard for Ananias for all the good he had heard about him. Draping his arm around Ananias's shoulders as if he were a longtime friend, Anselmi invited them inside the mansion. They passed through the living room, the kitchen, and reached the back of the house, where an extensive elevated area awaited, considered by many the coziest part of the property. There, Anselmi indicated a rustic wooden seat for the Portuguese and invited him to sit, while he and Cecilia settled on another bench. From that spot, the view of the surrounding nature was splendid. In the distance, the faint glow of Vila São João's lights could be seen. During the day, the view offered the region's natural beauty, but at night, away from city lights, they were enchanted by the only reflections of light coming from the clear star-filled sky. On the distant horizon, the crescent moon began its slow, lazy rise, harmoniously shining among the stars, a spectacle that would last all night, part of its usual celestial rhythm. Excusing himself, Anselmi returned from inside with a bottle of wine. Pouring it, he offered a glass to Ananias, while serving only one glass for each of them, as was customary. The conversation, initially lively, became even more relaxed with the flavor and aroma of fine wine. The three talked about everything, though preferring to focus on work-related subjects. Setting aside formalities, Cecilia whispered to Anselmi, and together they decided to tell Ananias about their decision to marry and live in the mansion. Though no one else knew, they secretly agreed to invite him to be their wedding godfather. As there had never been secrets between Cecilia and the Portuguese, that night, upon handing Anselmi the mysterious book and the envelope with the photographs, Ananias also learned of the ongoing events. Showing much more curiosity than the couple, he asked to borrow the material to examine it in his office. Cecilia promised she would deliver the book and envelope to him the following week. Chapter 65. Cecilia and Anselmi devoted themselves entirely to their work every day. They had been living in the 556 mansion for over 4 years. They had agreed to wait patiently for the divorce proceedings to conclude before officially uniting in marriage. It took a long time, indeed, but the good news finally arrived. The divorce between Anselmi and Amira was finalized, and both were free to decide their own destinies. Their friend Ananias, seemingly even more excited than the couple, insisted that the wedding reception be held at his restaurant. Since Cecilia and Anselmi had not yet chosen the venue, they gladly accepted his generous offer. Overjoyed, the Portuguese friend jumped and gave suggestions while listing the guests. Finally, in the month of May, the couple walked up the aisle and exchanged their vows, in accordance with the customs and traditions of their country and families. As the special wedding godfather, Ananias had promised to present the couple with their wedding rings. When Cecilia and Anselmi were at the altar, the old friend, smiling from ear to ear and accompanied by a march, approached the couple. From an ornate envelope he carried, he took out 2 rings meant for the newlyweds. To everyone's surprise, each ring had a small candy dangling from it. The guests witnessed the amusing detail, exchanging discreet smiles and trying to suppress laughter. Cecilia and Anselmi, recognizing the rings, could not contain their own amusement at the playful scene. Breaking protocol, Ananias asked for permission to speak and explained to everyone that, due to his involvement in the wedding preparations, he had completely forgotten to purchase the proper rings. Finding no alternative, he had brought these rings to continue the ceremony, assuring the couple that they would later choose the rings they preferred. The guests found the situation very funny, and thanks to the Portuguese friend's humor, the lack of perfect rings would not prevent the couple from marrying. Thinking that not everyone had noticed the detail with the candies, Ananias held up the rings for all to see. He then wished the couple peace, health, joy, and happiness. The room erupted in cheers and applause. Cecilia and Anselmi never actually wore those rings, not even as a joke. Yet, to their surprise, they noticed that the rings seemed to have been made to fit them perfectly. Chapter 66. They had finally managed to fulfill their dreams and together were following the new path that had united them. The celebration was in full swing when Ananias, asking for a little silence and raising his glass along with the couples, invited everyone to make a toast to the newlyweds. Then, looking at Anselmi and Cecilia, he spoke the following words to the white souls. All the guests stood, raising their glasses and, in unison, responded to the white souls. Cecilia and Anselmi exchanged looks as if each understood the other's thoughts. The memory of the mysterious book and its title, White Souls, came to mind. From that moment on, not tiring of the many toasts, Ananias asked Cecilia to accompany him in every toast. Gradually, the fun and relaxed night seemed to pass even more quickly. In the restaurant hall, everyone was dancing. There was no one left sitting in the corners or without enjoying themselves. Anselmi had drunk a little more than usual. Cecilia, unaccustomed and after many toasts she had joyfully shared with Ananias, began to feel dizzy and her head was spinning. As the night went on, the guests gradually began to bid farewell to the couple and leave the restaurant. Only the Portuguese friend seemed unwilling to settle down, still looking for the couple to celebrate once more. Unexpectedly, Cecilia brought her hands to her lap, contorting in pain. She asked Anselmi to support her and arrange a chair. Seeing her in distress, Anselmi and Ananias immediately helped her into a seat. A short while later, Cecilia, feeling somewhat recovered from the shock, explained that the discomfort was due to eating too much and, even more, the excessive toasts she had made. As she tried to stand up again, she felt the pain more intensely, though it eventually subsided. Chapter 67. Recalling some of the best times of her life, Cecilia felt the door open and saw Dr.
Márcia Rive.
As the doctor entered the room, she pulled Cecilia's attention away from her sweet, pleasant memories. Even while feeling the pains of her contractions, Cecilia couldn't help but smile at the sight of her doctor and dear friend. Anselmi caressed his wife's face, using words of encouragement to give her strength. In his own way, he seemed to share her pains, sometimes revealing a hint of anxiety. Before Dr. Marcia arrived, Anselmi reflected on the best gift he had ever received, the knowledge that Cecilia's pains during the wedding celebration were a sign of forthcoming joy. Neither of them, however, was fully prepared for what was to come. They had thought the incident at the wedding was merely due to the food and drinks. Yet, this event became the greatest miracle of all, a blessing for their marital life. Even more so because Cecilia had always dreamed of having 2 children, and now, in her first and perhaps only pregnancy, she was about to welcome a pair of twins. Chapter 68. Doctor.
Márcia embraced Harpati Valmir.
Then, after carefully examining Cecilia, she explained that everything was progressing as expected. She informed them that a cesarean section would be performed to prevent unnecessary suffering for Cecilia and to facilitate the safe delivery of the babies. Not wanting to leave his beloved wife's side, Anselmi put on a pre-sterilized gown, similar to what the doctor and other staff were wearing, so he could witness the procedure. Guiding him by the arm, Dr. Marcia led Anselmi to one side of the room and had him sit while she, assisted by 2 nurses, prepared the surgical table. Everything happened so quickly and efficiently that Anselmi and Cecilia could hardly believe the birth was already over when, Just minutes later, the twins' cries echoed softly through the quiet night. Despite the surgical intervention, Cecilia remained calm and smiling, while Anselmi, slightly tense, eagerly waited for the moment he could hold the babies in his arms. First, Dr. Marcia placed the darker-skinned baby, who most resembled her father, into Cecilia's arms. Then, holding the smaller, fairer-skinned baby, who looked more like Cecilia, she handed the child to Anselmi. Overwhelmed with joy, he moved closer to his wife, wearing a broad smile, unsure where to focus his gaze, on the little girl in his arms or on the boy in Cecilia's arms. Since Cecilia was the daughter of a white mother and a black father, and Anselmi's ancestry was all black, the babies were born with skin slightly lighter than his own. Unable to contain his happiness and wanting to capture this unprecedented moment, Anselmi placed the babies side by side, between himself and Cecilia, and crouched down on one side. Excitedly, he asked Dr.
Márcia Toteica fotografo.
The couple and the doctor smiled with immense satisfaction and joy, knowing the cesarean had been a complete success. By Dr. Marcia's recommendation, Cecilia would remain in the hospital for a few more days, returning home only the following week to rest and be under observation. Chapter 69. Time had flown by, and Cecilia and Anselmi, fully absorbed in caring for their twins, had postponed choosing their official wedding rings. They continued to wear the rings from the envelope that Portuga had delivered at their wedding. One day, while Cecilia was talking with her Ananias, he, for the 1,000th time, reminded her about the rings he had promised as a gift. He asked whether they had visited any jewelry store and found rings they liked, since it was the gift he owed them. Cecilia shook her head and reassured him that he no longer needed to worry about it. Leaving the restaurant immediately, Cecilia convinced Anselmi, despite his busy work schedule, to go ring shopping with her. They walked less than half an hour, browsed a few displays, and liked some models similar to the ones they already wore. In fact, although they wanted new rings, they had long decided to choose ones resembling the originals. When they were attended to in the jewelry store, they explained their wish, and the clerk asked them to remove the rings so he could examine the design, size, and details. Using a magnifying glass, he inspected them and asked if they wanted rings made of a material other than gold. Anselmi and Cecilia replied that they wanted gold rings and emphasized that the new pair should resemble the old ones. The clerk adjusted his magnifying glass, inquiring if the rings were gifts for friends. The couple explained they were for personal use, wanting authentic, high-quality pieces. He continued examining them and confirmed that the rings were solid gold. Then he asked whether the rings really belonged to them and if their names were Anselmi and Cecilia. Surprised, the couple asked if he knew them from somewhere. Smiling mischievously, the clerk explained that he didn't. He had only mentioned the names because they were engraved on the rings. Cecilia and Anselmi exchanged incredulous glances. Anselmi, quicker to react, stood up, politely asked for the magnifying glass, and examined the rings closely. Cecilia also peered through the lens. Suddenly, they realized that in microscopic letters, both rings bore their names, Anselmi and Cecilia. Looking at each other silently, they shared the same thought. Smiling and slightly embarrassed, they excused themselves and promised to return another day. But Anselmi, remembering the lock on the mysterious book, thought the magnifying glass might help him open it without damaging the cover or pages. He asked the clerk if such a magnifying glass was for sale. The clerk said yes, and Anselmi immediately decided to buy it. Cecilia and Anselmi left the jewelry store grinning from ear to ear, realizing they had both thought the same thing. Portuga, with his constant insistence about the rings, had played a clever trick on them. They quickly headed to the restaurant of their old friend Ananias. From a distance, They saw him with a sly smile and approached to confront him. Cecilia called out, laughing, "You tricky old man." She hugged him warmly, still giggling, and confessed that they had been completely astonished at the jewelry store. Cecilia asked how he could have tricked them so thoroughly and how they had not noticed. Ananias, feigning ignorance, asked what they were talking about. Anselmi and Cecilia recounted the jewelry store incident, and instead of confirming the prank, Ananias stayed serious, furrowing his brow. He assured them he had no knowledge of the engraved names. After the solemn denial, the three remained in stunned silence, pondering the mystery. No one, in any way, had an answer to match the significance of the event. Leaving Ananias's restaurant, the couple returned home, thoughtful and puzzled. From that day on, both Cecilia and Anselmi were even more intrigued. It felt as if they were living in a suspenseful movie, yet unlike films where one might guess the ending halfway through, the mystery they faced was real and extraordinary. No predictions could be made about the outcome of the story of Anselmi and Cecilia. Chapter 70. Taking some time one calm evening, Anselmi decided to carefully attempt opening the lock that sealed the book, using the magnifying glass they had purchased. Cecilia went to the shelf, brought the book and the envelope to the table, and placed them before him. Even without the proper tools to pick the lock, Anselmi bent a paperclip to make a makeshift key. Using the magnifying glass to examine the interior of the lock, he tried numerous times in vain. Exhausted, he finally set the book and magnifying glass aside, each in its own place. Beneath the magnifying glass and the lock were the photographs, which they intended to study more closely. Cecilia picked up the magnifying glass and began playfully examining the images, adjusting the lens nearer and farther. Suddenly, an indescribable surprise struck her eyes. She could hardly believe what she saw. In one photograph, in the area with the chairs, where nothing had been visible before, numerous people were seated. To her astonishment, she saw herself among them at the OBCAM committee lecture. Seeing Cecilia so astonished and puzzled, Anselmi sat beside her, searching for answers. Now, both of them, magnifying glass in hand, were stunned by what the photograph revealed. Next, they examined the second photo, the one Cecilia had discovered on the plane among her documents. Enlarging it with the magnifying glass, they saw that the image showed the plane in the middle of the desert on the day of her departure. The plane was indeed the same, and Cecilia and Anselmi were standing before it, shortly before she left Capharnaum. In the third photograph, the couple depicted was a black man and a brown-skinned woman. In fact, it was them in the image, taken while they were in the Capharnaum desert. The fourth photograph showed Anselmi accompanying Cecilia, but as she had insisted when first receiving the image, she swore that he had not been near her that day. One crucial detail now became clear, and it puzzled them greatly. Cecilia had always received the photographs a day before each event. Moreover, there was no logical explanation for such a mystery. Chapter 71. Time passed, gradually helping Cecilia and Anselmi to forget so many strange and sinister events. The twins were about to turn 3, and all the couple's friends were already aware of the mysterious occurrences, the photographs, the rings, and the enigmatic book. Despite everyone's insistence that they open the book, the couple had not been convinced to do so. Without a logical reason to open it, they feared discovering some unpleasant surprise for which they were unprepared. Thus, always promising that one day they would, they postponed the moment. It was the twins' birthday party, and their closest friends had been invited. The mysterious book remained sealed, but after much insistence, the couple promised they would open ALMAS BRANCAS on the twins' 5th birthday, an event for which all were already invited. With curiosity partially satisfied and the couple's promise secured, everyone enjoyed the day's celebration. At photo time, The guests and hosts went to the yard in front of the house to capture the happy moment. After numerous clicks, Cecilia and Anselmi, standing behind their beloved twins Florenca and Sulian, watched as the children blew out the candles while their little friends and the other guests sang and offered congratulations. The 4 family members were cheerful, smiling, and happy with the festivities. While posing for the cameras, they did not notice that behind the lush, centuries-old fig tree by the road, someone was spying on them. It was only moments later that most present realized what was happening. Suddenly, everyone saw a flash go off from behind the fig tree's trunk. In the bright sunlight, it became clear that the mysterious photographer was moving away as quietly as possible. He was a black man, and from his somewhat unsteady gait, he appeared to be quite elderly. Anselmi made a move to run after the stranger, who could very well be the same person responsible for all the previous photographs sent to his wife and for the mysterious book. But Cecilia, attentive to his movements and fearing the worst, grabbed his arm and stopped him from chasing the man. She also leaned close, lowered his head, and whispered in his ear, "My love, forgive me. I know who the mysterious man is. Once the party ends, I will tell you everything about the book, which must remain sealed for now, and about the photographs and the rings." Yet Cecilia knew that the mystery surrounding them was far from ordinary and still lingered in their lives. Here is the ending of the book White Souls.